You know what I mean? The stuff.
The 10,203rd meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the following representatives to participate in this meeting: South Africa, Algeria, Australia, Austria, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, Cuba, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, Spain, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Ireland, Iceland, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Lebanon, Malaysia, Maldives, Morocco, Mexico, Namibia, Norway, Uganda, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Qatar, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Republic of Korea, Islamic Republic of Iran, Sri Lanka, Switzerland, Tunisia, Turkey, and Vietnam. It is so decided. I propose that, in accordance with the Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard, the Council invite the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine to the United Nations to participate in the meeting. There being no objection, it is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite the following to participate in this meeting: His Excellency Mr. Koli Sek, Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People; Mrs. Nasria Elijah Flitty, Chargée d'Affaires ad interim Permanent Mission of the League of Arab States; and Mr. Quentin Weiler, Delegation of the European Union to the United Nations. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, members of the Security Council, I'm briefing you today as the situation in the West Bank is rapidly deteriorating, as we have witnessed in the last few days. This is compounding the already alarming conditions across the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, with a wider escalation increasingly likely unless immediate steps are taken to reverse the course. Mr. President, let me also state at the beginning that the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and the Security Council Resolution 2803 must be implemented in full. This includes disarmament of Hamas and all armed groups, IDF withdrawal from Gaza, deployment of international stabilization force, and the transfer of governance responsibility to the National Committee for Administration of Gaza, NCAG. Mr. President, earlier this month, I visited Gaza to assess humanitarian conditions and progress towards early recovery. The situation in Gaza has improved somewhat, but progress is far too slow. Recent weeks have seen some welcome progress in clearing solid waste from key areas and coordinating the entry of desperately needed sanitation equipment and supplies. I would like to recognize the facilitation of COGAT in this regard. These are positive steps, but they remain highly insufficient in the face of the immense needs on the ground. During my recent visit, I witnessed immense hardship amid continued displacement, overcrowded living conditions, widespread destruction, and nearly daily casualties caused by ongoing Israeli military operations. Yet, I also saw Palestinians in Gaza taking courageous steps against all odds to start rebuilding their lives. Health workers continue treating patients in rehabilitating clinics in extraordinarily difficult conditions. Community organizations are helping displaced families access shelter, education, and health services, and local actors are attempting to restore basic services in coordination with UN agencies and other humanitarian partners. At every stop of my visit, I met people determined to improve the lives of their families and communities. Their resilience is inspiring and provides a real glimmer of hope for what the future could hold. But I need to repeat my message to the Council that human dignity should not be conditional. The space for recovery so far has been denied. Community resilience cannot substitute the required supply of materials at scale, including those Israel considered dual use, or the political will to set the Gaza on the path to a genuine recovery. As you have learned from the announcement earlier, the integrated phase classification report released last week showed improvements in food security and nutrition in Gaza. But the situation remains highly fragile, and most families across the Strip are still relying on humanitarian assistance as their only lifeline. With winter approaching, the window to provide an effective response to pressing shelter needs is closing fast. Mr. President, at the same time, the increase in Israeli airstrikes and the expansion of territory under Israeli military control continues to increase pressure on the population in Gaza, which is now confronted to around 1/3 of Gaza. Gaza remains a dangerous place for UN to operate and deliver in, and I reiterate that under international humanitarian law, all parties must respect and protect civilians and humanitarian personnel, facilities, and relief supplies, and refrain from actions that obstruct humanitarian operations. Mr. President, humanitarian assistance on its own cannot put Gaza on a sustainable track. As we work to increase the availability of aid, we must accelerate the transition to early recovery by restoring livelihoods, rehabilitating essential infrastructure, providing dignified shelter, and supporting Palestinian institutions capable of leading recovery and reconstruction. The framework for doing so is clear and has been endorsed by this Council in Resolution 2803. It must be implemented without any delay. This will require the parties to fulfill their commitments as well as enhance coordination between all stakeholders, including between the Palestinian Authority and NCAG. In this regard, I take note of the steps taken by the Israeli authorities on 26 July to enable the deployment of ISF to Gaza. These efforts must be guided by the political goal of reunifying the West Bank and Gaza under a single, legitimate, sovereign Palestinian government, ending unlawful occupation, and restoring a political process towards a viable two-state solution. Israel's legitimate security concerns must be addressed. I'm encouraged by the ongoing meeting of the Global Alliance in Rome, as well as second convening of the Palestine Donor Group in Brussels on 15 July, in which I participated with UN colleagues. The meeting, co-chaired by European Union and the PA, demonstrated broad international consensus on the need for close coordination in the implementation of the Resolution 2803. Mr. President, building a viable future for Gaza will not be possible if PA is pushed to the brink of collapse, or if the current dangerous dynamics in the West Bank are left unchecked. In the past week, the escalating violence in the West Bank has resulted in civilian casualties, displacement, damage to property, and growing insecurity across affected communities. Israeli settler attacks against Palestinian communities' homes, places of worship, and civilian infrastructure have persisted at alarming levels. Attacks by Palestinians targeting Israelis have also resulted in civilian casualties as well as damage to property. On 23rd July, 2 Palestinians, including a child, were killed in confrontations with Israeli settlers following a fire on agricultural land southeast of Nablus. The following day, violent incidents in Palestinian communities southwest of Nablus resulted in the killing of 4 Palestinians and 2 Israelis, injuries to several others, and extensive damage to Palestinian property. I urge Israel to take immediate and effective measures to prevent settler violence, protect Palestinian communities, and ensure that all perpetrators are held accountable. Palestinians must unequivocally reject violence and incitement and take all necessary measures to prevent attacks against Israelis. Israeli military operations, demolitions, and displacement of Palestinians also continued, while Israeli authorities imposed further movement restrictions and accelerated settlement expansion efforts. On 14 July, Finance Minister Smotrich announced that Israeli Security Cabinet had allocated 1.3 billion shekels towards the placement of temporary housing units in dozens of new settlements throughout the West Bank, prior to the approval of the formal Israeli plans for these settlements. He later announced the approval for the establishment of a new settlement in the northern West Bank, where Israel had previously evacuated settlers as part of the 2005 disengagement plan. I reiterate that all settlements are illegal under international law. I call upon all parties to take urgent steps to reverse the dangerous trajectory in the West Bank. I am deeply concerned by repeated unauthorized entry of Israeli forces and officials into the UNRWA Kalandia Training Center in East Jerusalem yesterday, while classes were in session. The premises are invulnerable and immune from any form of interference. Mr. President, the PA's fiscal situation remains critical as Israel continues to withhold Palestinian clearance revenues. The PA is currently unable to deliver many critical public services, including education and health services, or pay full salaries to its civil personnel. Preserving viable corresponding banking arrangements is essential to maintain political Palestinian financial stability and economic activity. I welcome recent steps by Israeli authorities to facilitate the extension of these arrangements. However, Israeli correspondent banks have indicated they intend to terminate banking arrangements in the coming months. I urge continued engagement by all parties to avoid further deterioration, which could be disastrous. On July 9, Palestinian President Abbas issued a decree setting the date for the next Palestinian legislative elections across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza, on 28 November. I welcome this announcement and reiterate that an inclusive and credible electoral process would represent an important step towards strengthening governance and responding to the aspirations of the Palestinian people. I encourage all stakeholders to work towards creating the conditions necessary for these elections to take place, including the participation of all eligible Palestinian voters. The UN stands ready to support Palestinian efforts in this regard in coordination with the Central Electoral Commission. Mr. President, this conflict continues to unfold amid wide regional tensions that impact levels of funding, the availability of supply lines, as well as security and political dimensions, highlighting the urgent need for the de-escalation and sustained effort to promote just and durable regional peace and stability. The trilateral framework between the US, State of Israel, and the Republic of Lebanon, announced on the 26th June, constitute a milestone in efforts to end decades of conflict and advance lasting stability. I welcome the launch of the pilot zone operations and encourage Lebanon and Israel to fulfill their obligations and advance the full implementation of the Security Council Resolution 1701. Mr. President, the determination and resourcefulness I witnessed on my recent visit to Gaza must be matched by sustained and coordinated international engagement. There are positive signs of this commitment and mobilization at the recent gathering in Brussels. We must now carry this momentum forward. Resolution 2803 and its transitional arrangements must be implemented in full. Concurrently, the urgent steps might be taken to reverse the rapid deterioration in the West Bank, support the PA, and lay the groundwork for its return to governing Gaza. A coordinated approach is needed to ensure that these efforts are mutually reinforcing. Ultimately, Gaza's reconstruction cannot be sustained in the absence of political process. Similarly, a political process cannot succeed while Gaza remains devastated, and violence escalates in the West Bank, Palestinian institutions remain divided, and security conditions continue to deteriorate. And urge this Council to use its voice and authority to ensure that its resolutions are translated into meaningful actions on the ground. UN will continue to engage with all stakeholders and harness its operational capacity on the ground to advance this agenda and support the better future of Palestinians and Israelis. Thank you so much for your attention.
I thank Mr. Al-Akbarov for his briefing. I now give the floor to the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine.
Mr. President, allow me at the outset to thank you for convening this open debate at this critical time. And let me thank Mr. Al-Akbarov for his briefing and his efforts. Mr. President, Palestinians continue being killed daily in bombardments in Gaza, in attacks by settlers and occupation forces in the West Bank. Killed as they sleep, as they tend to their groves, as they head to school, as they sit in their homes. Killed as if their lives never mattered, as if they were expendable, and they will continue being killed until those killing them are held accountable. Those who storm their towns, their villages, their homes, their lives, holding weapons and aiming it at them, want to hold our people responsible for the death that ensues. Their death and the death of those attacking them who should not have been there in the first place. And as if that was not enough, the Israeli Prime Minister's conclusion is that the answer is more colonization, more dispossession, more displacement, more violence. At a time where the situation in Gaza requires the full attention of the international community to stop the bloodshed and address the tremendous human suffering of our people and implement the resolutions of this council, as we have heard today, Israel is seeking escalation in the West Bank. Whether to justify further repression, to facilitate annexation and displacement, or for electoral purposes. Yes, confronted with the prospects of losing the upcoming election, Netanyahu is seeking electoral gains on the blood of Palestinians and even Israelis. This requires a strong international response before it is too late, as impunity is the reason for the persistence and escalation of these crimes. Mr. President, for years now, we have warned of settlers' violence, with the backing of Israeli occupation forces as an integral part of the Israeli strategy to annex maximum Palestinian land with minimum Palestinians. Some measures were taken, but in no way commensurate with the threat this terror represents against hundreds of Palestinian communities. The Israeli officials pay some lip service when the actions are too outrageous, while continuing to create the conditions for their commission. Nothing was done by Israel to stop this violence. On the contrary, everything was done to fuel it. So it is the Israeli government that must be considered responsible for it, at par with the settlers committing it. with the support of the Israeli occupation forces. For those trying to disseminate fake news and alternative realities, there are numerous videos online of settlers attacks across the West Bank, from those armed with automatic weapons to adolescents with sticks beating people, to those setting fire in houses and properties. There are videos of them doing all this while shouting insults and racist slurs and chanting, "Death to Arabs, death to Arabs." The videos of the attacks by Israeli settlers at Tal village show them surrounding unarmed Palestinian civilians, holding them at gunpoint and threatening to shoot them. Tal village is south of Nablus, as was, indicated by Mr. Al-Akbarov. And too many times before that threat was followed by actions to be taken lightly. The tales about hikers wandering around in the hills is ridiculous. The settlers came with one objective in mind: terrorizing the population to uproot it. One provocation after another, one murder after another. Our people are entitled to international protection. I repeat, our people are entitled to international protection in the face of these repeated assaults, especially when asked not to respond to violence by violence, even as self-defense. When the occupying power, which is responsible for providing protection for the civilian population under occupation in accordance with international humanitarian law, the occupying power is abdicating its responsibility. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the international community to provide our people with protection. This Council and the General Assembly have adopted resolutions calling for such protection, but it is nowhere to be found. Israeli settlers must be disarmed, I repeat, must be disarmed, as this Council's resolutions state, to stop them from terrorizing our people. Action is needed. They need to be disarmed. And Israeli settlers and occupation forces have to leave our land and leave us alone. We don't want to see anyone killed. We want our people to live in freedom and dignity in their land. We want the occupation to end and peace to prevail. Mr. President, Jerusalem holds a diverse and rich history that was preserved over centuries thanks to the respect for the historic status quo. The images of Israeli extremists, officials, soldiers, and settlers storming Al-Haram al-Sharif are the definition of provocation and incitement, fueling dangerous tensions. This is an integral part of the scorched earth policy, aiming to inflame tensions in the hope that the fire can be insurmountable and instrumentalized. A short-sighted and irresponsible approach. Mr. President, the resolutions of this Council are unequivocal in opposing annexation and forcible displacement. So why are they still ongoing? There are upcoming elections in Palestine and in Israel. What signal will the international community send? We have on one side, a Palestinian government committed to nonviolence and peace, and on the other side, an Israeli government unleashing brutal violence and committed to annexation. That question can only be resolved with strong international mobilization. To uphold international law and empower those seeking peace and restraining those who seek to destroy any such prospects. Let me repeat, to uphold international law and empower those seeking peace and restraining those who seek to destroy any such prospect. There is nothing to wait for and everything to act for, to show we are not doomed to repeat history over and over again, and that a different path is possible. The Council has responsibilities. States have obligations. They can ensure the parties uphold theirs. That any upcoming government understands that Palestinian land is not for grab and Palestinian lives are not expendable, and Palestinian rights have to be recognized and respected. That violence is a dead end, a cycle that will consume everything around it. That the time for peace is right now. No more delays or excuses. That no one is entitled to negotiate or destroy the other. To negate, sorry, or destroy the other. No one is entitled to negate or destroy the other. Many lives would have been saved had this been done a long time ago. Many lives hanging in the balance today. No more delays, no more excuses. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Je remercie l'observateur.
I thank the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Mr. Abakarov for his briefing. It has been over 8 months since this Council passed Resolution 2803. It established a path forward for Gaza. The Board of Peace was created to set the stage for a new, non-radical leadership. Countries have contributed to the International Stabilization Force. Aid is getting in at levels not seen since 2023. But while Israel upholds its end of the deal, the main problem remains Hamas has refused to disarm. But Hamas doesn't feel any pressure because the UN and this Council refuse to call them out, to weaken them, to pressure them. I quote Mr. Mladenov, the High Representative for Gaza on the Board of Peace. Quote, every week without agreement is paid for by the population of Gaza, not by those refusing to agree to it. While this Council has failed to pressure Hamas to accept the Board of Peace roadmap, the people of Gaza suffer. And not only that, this Council still refuses to designate Hamas as a terrorist organization. This month, we saw these problems in practice. The UN released a statement. It implied Hamas stormed a food distribution plant in Jabalia and that they assaulted 2 truck drivers at a World Food Program warehouse. The statement described, and I quote, an increasingly dangerous pattern of intimidation, violence, and obstruction. Good morning, United Nations. This is what we have been telling you for years. But this statement, it was missing something. The statement mentions, quote, armed personnel. It mentions de facto authorities. It says this group is placing humanitarian workers at risk and disrupting the delivery of life-saving assistance. I looked very carefully. I searched paragraph by paragraph for the name of this group. I could not find it. This statement is missing Hamas. They are not mentioned even once. And I ask myself, why? Why can't the UN call Hamas by name? Is the Secretary General telling you not to do that? Is the UN afraid to say Hamas? Afraid of the governments that fund Hamas terrorism? This failure to call out terrorists by name and designate them must end now. For years, we talked about Hamas's efforts to sabotage, prevent, and block humanitarian aid. But instead of taking action, this council wastes its time repeating Hamas propaganda that Israel limits aid and starves civilians, that Israel closes border crossing, and that Israel does not comply with Resolution 2803 and Phase 1 of the 20-point plan. Just take a look at the new IPC report that examines the nutritional situation in Gaza. The report documents humanitarian improvements. Food insecurity is decreasing in every part of the Strip. But Israel, we still have reservations about this report. The report, unfortunately, must repeat the Hamas propaganda. It must reach the same alarmist conclusions that there is food crisis in Gaza. The report claims the aid getting into Gaza is not enough, but that is not true. It is a lie, because the projections are based on a flawed reporting process, incomplete sources of information, and anti-Israel bias. This month, an Israeli report showed the humanitarian situation in Gaza is stable. Over 600 aid trucks are entering Gaza per day, not 100 like the IPC report says, delivering over 1.8 million tons of food since the ceasefire began. This is above the World Food Programme's benchmark of 80,000 tons per month. You know what? We can argue about which report is more accurate. But the most reliable indicator that food security is improving, food prices have decreased by over 70%. No one can argue with that. That means more families can access and purchase food at reasonable rates. The medical situation is improving as well. 18,000 tons of medicine and medical equipment have entered Gaza since the ceasefire began. And hospital capacity is up 50% since September. Israel is not just making progress on aid. On Sunday, the Israeli Security Cabinet approved the initial entry of the International Stabilization Force into Gaza, so we can start a pilot project for reconstruction in Rafah, creating a humanitarian zone without Hamas control. Mr. President, despite the complicated situation, Israel has been facilitating humanitarian assistance into Gaza. I'm sure that, like every month, we will hear today remarks regarding the entrance of dual-use items into Gaza. Items that can be used for humanitarian purposes and for terrorist activities. We know what happens when these dual-use items get into Hamas's hands. Look at this picture. Hamas posted this video. You can find it online. It's a picture of the video. You can see Hamas digging up water pipes and turning them into rockets. And the absurd that they actually put that video, that they're taking the water pipes and actually transforming them into rockets. Still, many members of this council call for Israel to let all of these items in, without understanding the consequences of the reality on the ground. Our policy was not designed to make things harder for the people in Gaza. It is to prevent Hamas from rearming. We work with the UN, with NGOs to find alternatives, and we make exceptions when necessary. But as long as Hamas is in Gaza, there will be restrictions. Let's admit it. With Hamas in power, there is no future for Gaza. I now speak directly to Hamas. The ball is in your court. Either you disarm, either you give up power voluntarily, or Israel will do what is necessary. Mr. President, if we needed a reminder of Hamas's intentions, we were reminded this month. Hamas elected a new leader, Khalil al-Khaya, as its next chairman. They elected one of the architects of October 7th as its new leader. He's an arch-terrorist. Do you remember him? He was in Doha on October 7th, front and center on video with Ismail Haniyeh, the former chairman of Hamas. He watched the terrorists invade Israel and kill innocent civilians. He was proud of it. He celebrated it. He cheered them on. After he was elected, the vice president of the moderate Palestinian Authority called to congratulate him. And look what happened on Friday. A terrorist in Samaria killed 2 Israelis and injured 3 more. They murdered Bnayahu Melet, a 32-year-old agriculture director, and they murdered Major Yuval Ezra, a 27-year-old IDF commander. Hamas not only praised the attack, they called for more violence. Mr. President, let us examine the irony in this council. Look at the list in front of you, at the country that will speak today. Some of these countries are hosting Hamas as we speak, both their military and political leadership. They are facilitating their banking infrastructure, and they are giving them the oxygen they need to survive. Today they will come here, will sit here, and they will call for a new future for Gaza. But at the same time, they embolden the terrorist organization that holds the people of Gaza hostage. So maybe you should ask them when the representatives of Turkey will sit here later today, or Qatar. Ask them if they allow Hamas banking to function in their countries, if they allow transfers to different banks in the world, before they tell us what should happen in Gaza. Mr. President, while Israel is fighting terrorism at home, New York is becoming the latest battlefield. Last week, Mayor Mamdani accused our Prime Minister of being a war criminal and accused our nation of committing genocide. Hours later, a Jewish man walked out of his synagogue on the Upper West Side. He was stabbed by a radical who yelled, Allahu Akbar. When the mayor of New York City uses his microphone to demonize Israel, terrorists with weapons get the message. Some attack with guns, some attack with screwdrivers, some attack with lies. It is all the same because it all leads to the same result: violence against Jews. Mr. President, Israel understands the challenges of a democracy fighting against terrorism. Israel knows what we have to do if Hamas will not disarm. The question is, what will you do? This council should also take action. You should designate Hamas as a terrorist organization, and you should sanction Hamas so they cannot fund their crimes. This council should not be afraid to use those tools, but until now, this council has failed to fulfill its responsibilities, and not just with Hamas. You have not designated the Houthis. You have not designated Hezbollah. You have not designated the IRGC. Designate them now. You have the responsibility. You have the authority. Mr. President, to conclude, Israel has set a realistic path forward. We know what's going on in Gaza. Hamas is refusing to disarm. They are refusing to comply with the Board of Peace, and they are refusing to implement Resolution 2803. Hamas continues to choose smuggling over aid, violence over progress, and terror over peace. But now Hamas has lost the chance to choose because they have shown the world that they don't want to change. Israel will ensure that Hamas will be disarmed. Israel will not wait forever. We understand that if we do not disarm Hamas, no one else will. It is our responsibility to ensure that Hamas can never again threaten the people of Israel, and we will fulfill that responsibility. Now, this council has its work cut out for itself. It is time for action. Designate Hamas, sanction Hamas, and prevent Hamas terrorism once and for all. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Israel for the statement. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Deputy Special Coordinator Alec Baroff for sharing your views. Colleagues, earlier this month, representatives from the Board of Peace and the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, the NCAG, met in Cyprus. We thank Cyprus for hosting this meeting, which showcased how our partners will continue to move ahead with President Trump's peace plan for Gaza, as endorsed in this Council's Resolution 2803. The United States will continue to support the Board of Peace and the NCAG as they work toward a Gaza that offers prosperity, security, and dignity for all of the people in Gaza. The discussion in Cyprus included in-depth planning for the transition to the new NCAG-led governance structure in Gaza, which is urgently needed and will be possible as soon as Hamas decides to put down its arms, to which it committed when it agreed to the peace plan. We welcome the pledges from several European countries, launching the Team Gaza initiative, a total of nearly $1 billion in early recovery money for Gaza. These projects must be carried out in close coordination with the NCAG and the Board of Peace. Uncoordinated efforts will undermine the NCAG's credibility and bolster Hamas. Detractors may say that it can't be done, but they are wrong. We know we will succeed. United by our confidence and determination to create a new future for the people of Gaza, with the support of those who believe in the promise of Resolution 2803. Right now, three very different futures are possible. In one future, which becomes more likely if Hamas fails to disarm, war returns to Gaza. In another, the international community turns a blind eye, as it has done far too many times already. That would allow Hamas to hold the Palestinian people in Gaza hostage for years to come, threatening the security of Israel and the entire Middle East, and guaranteeing that a stunted, aid-dependent way of life remains the only option for people in Gaza. Neither of these futures is acceptable. With their commitment to action, our partners in the region and in Europe are opening the door on the third and transformative option. That door is the plan put forward by President Trump, implemented through the Board of Peace and the NCAG, permitting clear-eyed Palestinians from Gaza determined to break the vicious cycle of the past to move forward into the brightest possible future. Hamas has proven by its actions that it will do everything they can to retain power. They hope that we, the supporters of that bright future, the international community, will give up and turn a blind eye. I am here to say we will not. That is why the Board of Peace is moving forward with pilot programs in the areas it can, beginning in southern Gaza, despite Hamas's continued intransigence and refusal to put the people in Gaza first. We thank our Israeli partners for their assistance in getting these pilot programs off the ground. These projects will move forward and will demonstrate that what all of Gaza can be as soon as Hamas decides to uphold their commitments to the peace plan. And we've seen other welcome developments in the past few days. Morocco officially signed up as a troop contributor to the International Stabilization Force on July 15th, the first country to do so. We applaud and congratulate Morocco for achieving that distinction. Others will soon follow suit, and the ISF will be prepared to provide security for the pilot projects and other areas as we move forward with implementation of the next phase of the peace plan. Another welcome development has been the unprecedented exposure of the truth about Hamas. On July 12th, the UN put out a statement that laid plain what we have known for years. Hamas continues to obstruct and exploit humanitarian operations in Gaza. They continually put the lives of aid workers in danger. They raided a World Food Program warehouse and assaulted the truck drivers there. As Dr. Alekbarov said in his statement, these incidents are not isolated. They are a pattern. And although this welcome acknowledgement of reality comes late in the game, as we say, better late than never. Colleagues, we all know the facts. Hamas has no place in Gaza. The people in Gaza know this. They have been intimidated into submission, but that won't last forever. We also know that UNRWA has no place in Gaza. We have been clear about that as well. Hamas cannot play any role in the future of Gaza because of what they stand for, not for the people in Gaza, but as a proxy for the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Iran's ties to Hamas are the reason Hamas will not disarm. Iran wants to keep the Palestinian people hostage to Hamas. We cannot and will not let them. Iran also wants to keep Hezbollah in business in Lebanon. We won't allow that either. Durable peace requires that sovereign governments, not terrorist proxies, exercise full control over their territory. The historic talks between the governments of Israel and Lebanon, enabled by President Trump's leadership, will continue to that goal, building on the historic trilateral framework signed on June 26th. We look forward to continued negotiations as we look to restore peace and stability in the region. For decades, Iran kept the Syrian people under the thumb of the brutal Assad family. That is over now, too. The United States will continue to support Syria's transition, including by working with the Syrian government to bolster its efforts to counter terrorism and drug trafficking, eliminate the remnants of chemical weapons, hold perpetrators of atrocities accountable, and secure investment and assistance for the benefit of the Syrian people. The United States is committed to lasting peace in Syria, both internally and with its neighbors. Special Presidential Envoy to Iraq and Syria, Tom Barrack, continues to support engagement among groups within Syria and between Syria and Israel that could advance peace and stability throughout the entire region. And in Yemen, where the Yemeni people have suffered for far too long. The Houthis have once again demonstrated that they are doing little more than acting on behalf of Iran. The Houthis are attempting to hold the world hostage in the Bab el-Mandeb, just as the IRGC has done for weeks now in the Strait of Hormuz. To meet the political and security challenges throughout the Middle East, we must recognize a simple truth. Throughout the region, many conflicts are fueled by a single actor, the Islamic Republic of Iran, with political and financial support from certain members of this council. The United States once again condemns in the strongest possible terms Iran's outrageous and unacceptable attacks against neighboring countries. This council must ensure that dialogue produces action. The United States remains committed to practical diplomacy that reduces conflicts, protects civilians, strengthens legitimate institutions, and advances a more stable and peaceful Middle East. We urge all UN member states to join us in working toward that goal. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France. Thank you, President. President, I'd like to begin by thanking the Deputy Special Coordinator, Ramiz Alakbarov, for his briefing. We have also listened very closely to the Permanent Observer of Palestine and the Permanent Representative of Israel and their important briefings. President, our debate cannot be separate from the reality of the region, because in the Middle East, the sound of weapons still echoes, population displacement continues, and terrorism has not been contained. Civilian populations remain the primary victims of military escalation. The resumption of hostilities in the Gulf undermines the diplomatic progress achieved through the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the US and Iran and threatens regional security. France condemns Iran's indiscriminate strikes against countries in the region and its attacks on vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Navigation through that maritime route must remain safe and free without restrictions or tolls. France is preparing to contribute to this effort with its partners through a neutral and strictly defensive multinational maritime escort mission. We call on the Houthis to immediately cease their destabilizing activities, which we strongly condemn. It is imperative that Iran fulfill its commitments under the Memorandum of Understanding and that negotiations resume in order to achieve a lasting resolution to the Iranian crisis, notably through a verifiable framework governing Iran's nuclear program. France stands ready to support all efforts in this regard. President, in Lebanon, France welcomes the tripartite agreement signed on June 26th, thanks to the engagement of the US as a first step towards implementing Resolution 1701. The objective remains the restoration of the authority of the Lebanese state throughout its territory in full respect of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. We call on Hezbollah to surrender its weapons and permanently renounce its military activities. We call on Israel to withdraw fully from Lebanon. France reiterates its support for UNIFIL until the expiration of its mandate. Any future international engagement in Lebanon must meet the expectations of the Lebanese authorities and avoid any security vacuum in southern Lebanon. France and Italy are proposing an ad hoc international coalition to support the Lebanese armed forces and assist them in implementing their commitments. In Syria, the recent visit of the President of the Republic marked a new stage in our support for the political transition, including through the signing of a number of investment contracts aimed at rebuilding this country devastated by war and to engage in its reconstruction. We welcome the Secretary General's recent visit to Damascus, which testifies to the growing mobilization of the international community. We call on the international community to continue its efforts in this regard. And finally, President, let us not forget that the first anniversary of the New York Declaration on the Two-State Solution and the peace plan for Gaza is approaching. Nearly 1 year later, the situation remains worrying. It is urgent to implement Resolution 2803, which requires the disarmament of Hamas, the removal of obstacles to humanitarian action and reconstruction, and compliance by Israel with its international obligations. In the West Bank, we condemn the acceleration of settlement activity, which is illegal under international law. The forthcoming launch of tenders for the E1 projects poses a threat to the two-state solution. We are deeply concerned by the current violence in the West Bank. As the Israeli authorities have announced the launch of a major military operation, France calls on all parties to exercise calm and restraint and recalls the responsibility of the Israeli army to protect civilian populations. The increasing violence perpetrated by settlers against Palestinians is unacceptable, and France will continue to work with its European partners to sanction those responsible for settlement activity and settler violence. Nearly 1 year after the adoption of the New York Declaration, we must redouble our efforts to implement the two-state solution, which is the only viable solution for peace and the recognition and respect of the rights of the Palestinian people and Israel's rights to security. Mr. President, France will always stand alongside those who are committed to peace. It is the responsibility of all parties to return to the path of dialogue and hostilities, and it is the responsibility of this council to demonstrate collective determination and encouraging them to do so. Thank you. I thank the representative of France for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would also like to thank Special Representative Alec Barra for his briefing. Mr. President, we convene today as countries across the Middle East stand on the brink of further escalation. Once again, Iran is attacking countries in the region and vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. Denmark strongly condemns these actions, which threaten both regional stability and a key maritime shipping route. we remain committed to the stability of the region. We also strongly condemn the recent attacks by the Houthis on Saudi Arabia, including on vessels in the Red Sea. These actions further undermine regional stability and threaten freedom of navigation. We stand in solidarity with Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region and reiterate our call for immediate and unconditional de-escalation. In Lebanon, we urge all actors to adhere to the trilateral framework agreement and implement their commitments, and call for respect for Lebanon's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence in line with Resolution 1701. Mr. President, while these crises demand our full collective attention, they do not diminish our responsibility elsewhere. As we've heard, the suffering in the occupied Palestinian territory has not paused, and nor should our resolve. The terrible violence over the weekend across the West Bank demonstrates just how volatile the situation has become. It comes on top of a series of concerning developments, reflecting a broader, systemic trend of erosion of the two-state solution. This includes the Israeli authorities issuing tenders for the construction of illegal settlements in the E1 corridor, which threatens to separate East Jerusalem from the West Bank and divide the West Bank in two. It also includes rapid settlement expansion, expelling Palestinians, and eroding the social cohesion of Palestinian society. Meanwhile, settler violence continues to rise, accounting for 55% of all physical injuries in the West Bank. There are already more Palestinian fatalities linked to settler attacks in 2026 than in all of 2025. We also see deepening impunity as the IDF either fails to stop violent acts by settlers or actively take sides of the settlers without holding perpetrators accountable. These developments are deplorable, and these actions violate international law. We urge the Israeli authorities to take immediate measures to prevent further attacks by Israeli settlers against Palestinian communities and ensure the protections of civilians in the West Bank. We further urge the Israeli authorities to ensure effective law enforcement and accountability for perpetrators. Mr. President, in Gaza, the situation remains catastrophic. Civilians live in ever-shrinking territories, in improvised tents in inhumane conditions, with insufficient access to nutritious food, clean water, and basic health care. The latest report from the IPC shows that more than half of Gaza's population still faces crisis levels of food insecurity or worse. Israel's restrictions on international NGOs operating in the occupied Palestinian territory further undermines stability and Palestinians' access to basic services. We call on Israel to allow full, immediate, safe, and unhindered access and sustained distribution of humanitarian assistance at scale into and throughout Gaza. Meanwhile, Israeli attacks continue, with over 1,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza since the ceasefire, including 294 children. 180 Palestinians were killed in July alone. This cannot continue. The only way forward is for all parties to strictly adhere to the ceasefire agreement. This includes disarmament of Hamas. Moreover, the International Stabilization Force and the Palestinian Police Force must be deployed without delay. Mr. President, the challenges facing the West Bank, including in East Jerusalem and Gaza, should not be addressed in isolation. They are key obstacles to the Palestinian people's legitimate aspiration to establish an independent, sovereign, and viable state under a reformed Palestinian leadership along the 1967 borders as part of a two-state solution, living side by side in peace and security with Israel. In closing, this renewed escalation across the Middle East and the Gulf shows how fragile regional stability remains. At the same time, we must not lose focus from the suffering of the Palestinian people and the urgent need for a two-state solution. Denmark will continue to work for both a stable Middle East and a credible path toward a two-state solution. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Denmark for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Somalia.
Mr. President, I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Al-Akbarov for his sobering briefing. We gather again as the Palestinian people endure deep suffering while the Middle East faces ongoing instability and a worrying disregard for international law. 8 months after the Security Council Resolution 2803 has been adopted, its goal of ending conflict, expanding aid, and starting reconstruction remain largely unfulfilled, with little real progress for the civilians in Gaza. Somalia reiterates its call for the full implementation of Resolution 2803. Humanitarian aid is a legal duty, not a political tool. Civilians must receive assistance quickly, safely, and in the scale of their needs. All crossings should remain consistently open, and restriction on essential goods such as fuel, medicine, water, and supplies must be lifted. We recognize the value of humanitarian benchmarks for the monitoring of Resolution 2803, but they must be verified by the United Nations and humanitarian actors throughout the reporting period. International humanitarian and human rights law must always be respected. Civilian and humanitarian workers and the UN staff must be protected. Somalia remains deeply concerned by the reports of torture, sexual violence, and missing Palestinians. We support establishing mechanisms to account for missing persons and reunite families. Mr. President, Gaza's health system crisis is alarming. Thousands, including children and cancer patients, need urgent evacuation as essential medicines run out and hospitals rations care. The medical corridor to the West Bank must be restored, but the evacuation cannot substitute for rebuilding Gaza's health system. Destruction of water, sanitation, and electricity infrastructure has created public health emergency. Without basic services, civilians are trapped in crisis regardless of market availability. Israel, as the occupying power, has the responsibility to allow basic services, including health services, and evacuate patients the right to return. Somalia rejects any attempt to fragment Gaza or prevent safe, voluntary return of displaced Palestinians. We condemn the continued expansion of military-controlled areas in Gaza, which restrict movement, block family returns, and raise fears of permanent displacement. Gaza's recovery and unification of governance must be Palestinian-led and supported by the region and international community, anchored to a two-state solution. We reiterate that Gaza is an integral part of the occupied Palestinian territory and a future Palestinian state. Mr. President, while Gaza draws global attention, the West Bank, as we heard, including East Jerusalem, also face dangerous deterioration. Somalia remains gravely concerned about the continued illegal settlements, settler terrorism, forced displacement, land confiscation, arbitrary detention, and destruction of Palestinian properties. These actions violate international law and Security Council resolution and must cease immediately. Recent days, Mr. President, have also seen one of the largest incursions of Al-Aqsa Mosque, with more than 4,000 Israeli settlers and far-right groups entering the compound under heavy police protection, while Palestinian worshippers were barred entry. We unequivocally condemn the occupying power's actions, which represents a dangerous escalation and a violation of the historic and legal status quo of this holy site. We emphasize that Jerusalem's status cannot be changed by unilateral actions. The historical and legal status quo at the holy sites must be respected by Israel, and all incitements of violence must stop immediately and unconditionally. Mr. President, Somalia welcomes the renewed momentum behind the two-state solution, including efforts by Saudi Arabia, France, and the New York Declaration. Concrete actions, not just statements, are needed to preserve the foundation of a future Palestinian state, including the release of the Palestinian Authority's tax revenues withheld by Israel. Humanitarian aid cannot substitute for a political solution, and reconstruction cannot succeed amid occupation and settlement expansion. Somalia stands firmly for an independent, sovereign Palestinian state along the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds at Sharif as its capital. Turning to Lebanon, Somalia is concerned by the tensions along the Blue Line. We call for the full implementation of Resolution 1701, respect for Lebanon's sovereignty and international law. We take note of the ongoing strategic review of post-UNIFIL presence and stress the importance of maintaining a strong and meaningful UN presence to deter further escalation and support stability in Lebanon and beyond. In Syria, Somalia supports the Syrian-led political process per Resolution 2254. We condemn Israeli military incursions inside Syria and call for Israel to fully withdraw from all Syrian territories in line with its obligation under the relevant United Nations Security Council resolution and the 1974 disengagement agreement. In Yemen, Somalia calls for respect for its sovereignty and support for the Yemeni-led, Yemeni-owned political process under UN auspices. Mr. President, recent escalations in the Gulf show how fast conflict can spread in the Middle East. Somalia urges restraint, diplomacy, and respect for the sovereignty of all states and international law. Equally important is to guarantee freedom of navigation in the international waterways, including the Strait of Hormuz, and to refrain from actions that undermine maritime security and the free flow of global commerce. To conclude, Mr. President, regional security must rest on mutual respect, good neighborliness, and peaceful coexistence in accordance with the UN Charter. To achieve this in the Middle East is essential to address the common denominator and the root cause of the elusive peace in the Middle East. There can be no peace in the Middle East without addressing the long-standing occupation and annexation of Arab lands, including the Palestinian state. We remain committed to working with all council members to that end. I thank you, Mr. President.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Somalia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Panama. Thank you, Mr. President. Panama is grateful for the convening of this quarterly open debate and for the briefings that we heard from Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov. And we thank him also for his constant efforts. We welcome the representatives of the delegations who honor us today with their participation. For too long now, the peoples of the Middle East have witnessed one crisis after another without any definitive resolution of the root causes of the conflicts. Although some situations do show encouraging signs of easing and openness to dialogue, others continue to be marked by violence, displacement, and a humanitarian crisis that continues to affect millions of people. In Gaza, 9 months of an albeit shaky ceasefire have partially alleviated some of the most urgent needs for the population, to the extent that it is worth also recognizing that humanitarian assistance has increased. Nonetheless, the cumulative consequences of the conflict are plain to see in the daily lives of thousands of families, while tremendous challenges remain to rebuild hospitals, schools, homes, water systems, and other essential services that were destroyed during the war. Panama reiterates the need for humanitarian assistance, which fortunately has been flowing better. We reiterate the need for this to continue to arrive in full, safely, and unhindered at the required scale on a sustained basis and without disruption by extremist parties. It is also important to preserve the necessary conditions for UN agencies and humanitarian organizations to carry out their work safely, independently, and with full respect for international law. What is happening in Gaza can also not be uncoupled from the West Bank. The expansion of settlements, demolitions, the displacement of communities, and measures that progressively change the territorial reality continue to erode the necessary conditions to preserve a credible political horizon. Gaza and the West Bank form part of a same political and territorial reality. Accordingly, any path towards peace should address them comprehensively, preserving their territorial continuity, strengthening a reformed Palestinian Authority, and avoiding unilateral measures that continue to dispel the possibility for a negotiated solution enabling Israelis and Palestinians to live in peace, security, and dignity. President, in Lebanon, the intensification of hostilities seen since March has had a profound humanitarian impact, with thousands of people killed and wounded, as well as more than 1 million displaced. Although the relative de-escalation seen since the end of June is an encouraging sign, the persistent military activities, violations of the airspace, and restrictions on UNIFIL's freedom of movement prove that the situation on the ground remains fragile. Panama is hopeful and optimistic regarding the progress made in the recent conversations between Lebanon and Israel, facilitated via United States mediation. We encourage efforts to ensure that this process can consolidate the cessation of hostilities, advance in implementing the agreements reached, and give rise to the necessary conditions for a lasting peace. Panama reiterates its commitment to the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of Lebanon within its internationally recognized borders. Panama likewise reaffirms its support for the work of UNIFIL to support stability along the Blue Line. We strongly condemn attacks on UN personnel, and we reiterate that all parties must guarantee their security, respect the inviolability of the UN's premises, and ensure full freedom of movement for the mission. In addition, we believe that the discussions regarding the future presence of the United Nations in Lebanon should respond to the current reality on the ground, avoiding creating security vacuums and ensuring that any mechanism agreed by this Council enjoys the necessary capacities to be able to implement its mandate effectively. Syria is facing a different challenge. The recent political progress provides an opportunity to strengthen the state's institutions and broaden the participation of different sectors of society, provided that this new phase is supported by concrete measures in transitional justice, the rule of law, national reconciliation, and clarifying the fate of missing persons. Terrorism continues to pose a serious threat to the transition and to the country's stability. Panama condemns the attacks aimed at undermining the political process. We reiterate the need to avoid any action that heightens tensions, fully respecting the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Syria. In the meantime, the prolonged and dangerous tensions relating to the Strait of Hormuz and Iran demonstrate that military confrontation does not constitute the path towards a solution. Indeed, a solution can only be achieved through political dialogue, good faith negotiations, and delivery on the commitments agreed. Panama supports diplomatic efforts to promote de-escalation, to keep communication channels open, and to prevent tensions building into a broader confrontation. Attacks and threats on merchant vessels, including Panamanian-flagged vessels in the Red Sea, the Strait of Hormuz, and other maritime routes in the region that we strongly condemn, imperil those vessels' crews affect international trade and compromise the security of global supply chains. Mr. President, every fresh escalation in the region ends up fueling another crisis. Every lost opportunity for dialogue protracts the suffering of millions of people. The United Nations continues to play an irreplaceable role. The work of the Secretary General and his special envoys, peace operations, and humanitarian agencies is keeping spaces for dialogue open, supporting political processes, and providing assistance to those most in need. The peoples of the Middle East deserve a future defined by peace and dignity. Panama will continue to support any initiative aimed at transforming dialogue into agreement, agreements into trust, and trust into a lasting peace for the region. Thank you very much.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Panama for that statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Mr. President, and let me thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his remarks. Recent developments in the Middle East remind us how fragile regional stability remains and how quickly tensions can escalate. From Gaza to Lebanon, Syria, and the Gulf, the challenges before us are interconnected. Respect for international law, including the UN Charter, and determined diplomacy must guide our collective response. The United Nations has an indispensable role to play. This means safeguarding freedom of navigation and ensuring unimpeded transit through international straits, including the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb, in accordance with international law as reflected in UNCLOS. We will continue cooperating closely with our international partners, including France, the United Kingdom, and Saudi Arabia, to promote initiatives defensive in nature that safeguard freedom of navigation and maritime security. Greece stands in solidarity with its regional partners and strongly condemns illegal and unprovoked attacks against civilian infrastructure and international shipping by Iran. We equally condemn continued threats and attacks by the Houthis against maritime shipping to and from Saudi Arabia. Greece will strengthen its cooperation with Saudi Arabia and the GCC member states in promoting regional stability and prosperity. Our commitment to the global non-proliferation architecture remains unwavering. The NPT and the IAEA remain its indispensable pillars. Iran must therefore commit clearly and unconditionally to an exclusively peaceful nuclear policy. Mr. President, turning to Lebanon, we welcome the framework agreement and the subsequent direct talks in Rome between Israel and Lebanon, facilitated by the United States. The direct Israeli-Lebanese track offers a genuine opportunity to advance towards sustainable peace, and it deserves our full support. The path to lasting stability lies in the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701, the restoration of the Lebanese state's authority throughout its territory, and the disarmament of all non-state armed groups so as to ensure the state's monopoly on the legitimate use of force. We stand firmly behind President Aoun and the Lebanese government as they undertake this daunting task. Greece maintains a strong engagement with Lebanon across the military, economic, and diplomatic fields. We will continue supporting the Lebanese armed forces both bilaterally and together with our partners. Greece has also provided funding to Lebanese hospitals, and we will continue assessing projects aimed at addressing Lebanon's socioeconomic needs and supporting a sustainable path towards prosperity for all Lebanese. We are actively assessing the post-UNIFIL period. An international presence will be required to ensure that the gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces from Lebanon and the strengthening of the deployment of the Lebanese armed forces, particularly in the south, take place smoothly and in coordinated manner. Having been a significant contributor to UNIFIL from the outset, Greece stands ready to contribute and participate actively to discussions on a post-UNIFIL mission, including in the Security Council. In Syria, Mr. President, as discussed in this setting a few days ago, political transition with inclusiveness, accountability, justice, and genuine national reconciliation is possible, and the newly formed People's Assembly could be an important step in this path. Translating commitments into actions will now ensure that all Syrians feel fully protected and represented. Greece intends to remain an active partner in this effort and supports deeper engagement between Syria and the United Nations, and we also welcome the historic visit of the Secretary General in Damascus. Mr. President, the need for a credible political horizon in Gaza remains as pressing as ever. The comprehensive peace plan for Gaza, endorsed through Resolution 2803, has created an opening which we should turn into lasting progress. Disarmament of Hamas is a priority, and we commend the efforts of High Representative Mladenov in this regard, and we look forward to the deployment of the ISF in the Strip. Addressing Israel's legitimate security concerns remains indispensable for building a durable peace. At the same time, the gap between humanitarian needs and the assistance reaching civilians in Gaza is alarming. Humanitarian actors, including UNRWA, remain indispensable. The Palestine Donors Group meeting in Brussels reaffirmed the international commitment to Gaza's recovery, including through the Horizon Fund. Greece will participate in the Team Gaza initiative launched by the European Commission. As a first step, we will focus on enhancing social and economic infrastructure across the Strip. Transitional arrangements should reinforce, not replace, Palestinian institutions. We support the National Committee on the Administration of Gaza and the deployment of the newly vetted Palestinian police forces. Our collective objective is to support the Palestinian Authority in implementing reforms, paving the way for its return to Gaza, as provided for in Resolution 2803. In the West Bank, settlement expansion, forced displacement, demolitions, and settler violence against Palestinians, including Christian communities, violate international law and undermine the prospects for a negotiated peace. Preserving the status quo of the holy sites in Jerusalem is also essential for interfaith coexistence and regional stability. We call for the release of withheld Palestinian tax revenues and welcome the Palestinian Authority's reform efforts under exceptionally difficult circumstances. Greece will continue supporting these efforts, including through the European Union Pegas mechanism, channeling its funding to East Jerusalem hospitals. Mr. President, international initiatives such as the New York Declaration demonstrate that support for peace remains strong. That support must be matched with a credible political process leading to the two-state solution. I thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Liberia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. We join in thanking the Deputy Special Coordinator and Resident Coordinator at the Office of the United Nations Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process. And we welcome distinguished colleagues to the chamber. Excellencies, every war, however protracted, eventually confronts a moment of strategic truth. The moment when the cost of continuing war far exceeds any conceivable gain from prolonging it. This is true of every protracted conflict, including this one. The briefing of today and the figures presented by OCHA and other UN agencies confirm that the occupied Palestinian territory is approaching that point. We are no longer merely observing a crisis. we are witnessing the systemic erosion of the conditions necessary for human life itself. According to OCHA, in the West Bank, fatalities from settler attacks this year have already surpassed the total for all of 2025. In Kakilia alone, recent demolitions claimed homes, water networks, and 19 donor-funded shelters, displacing dozens of families, including 34 children. In Gaza, the humanitarian catastrophe strikes at the very generation to come. Nearly 4,000 miscarriages were recorded in just the first 6 months of this year. Over 57% of pregnant women suffer from severe anemia. Beneath 60 million tons of rubble, human hope is being buried. The clearing of 630,000 tons of debris is not a sign of recovery. It is a drop in an ocean of ruin. This council must also not lose sight of the fact that the attacks of October 7, 2023 killed close to 1,200 people and took 251 hostages into Gaza, taking a toll on Israeli families. It took more than 2 years until January of this year before the last of them, living and deceased, were finally accounted for and returned home. That suffering is also a part of this record as well. And it must inform how the Council thinks about deterrence, justice, and the conditions for a lasting peace. Excellencies, Liberia speaks as a nation that walked through the fire of civil conflict. We speak from a continent that understands a fundamental truth. No society ever truly emerges from war simply because one side managed to exhaust the other. Peace does not begin when the last weapon fires. Peace begins when leaders find the courage to acknowledge that dialogue yields what weapons never can and never will. Liberia unequivocally condemns every attack against civilians by any party, anywhere, and at any time. We affirm without reservation Israel's legitimate right to live in peace and security, free from terror and the threat of future attacks. And we affirm with equal conviction the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, freedom, and statehood. These rights are not mutually exclusive. They are mutually dependent. Security that denies dignity and humanity is an illusion. Dignity without security cannot endure. Lasting peace demands both. We therefore call upon this council and all parties to act to guarantee full respect for international humanitarian law, to ensure unhindered aid access, to halt settlement expansion, forced displacement, and civilian destruction. To ensure full accountability and transparency in the treatment of all captives and detainees, and to urgently reignite a credible political pathway toward a durable and just two-state solution. Mr. President, to conclude, the greatest illusion in any protracted conflict is the belief that tomorrow's battlefield will produce what yesterday's battlefield could not. Peace is never achieved when one people surrender their future to another. It never will happen. Peace begins when both peoples finally reclaim their right to dignity and shared humanity. That is the responsibility of the parties. It is the solemn duty of this council. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie.
I thank the representative of Liberia for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation. Mr. President, we thank UN Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Ramiz Alakbarov, for his briefing. The situation in the Middle East has been one of the main items on the Security Council's agenda since practically the very establishment of the United Nations. Nonetheless, despite decades of painstaking work, it is clear that the goal of achieving peace and prosperity for the countries and peoples of the Middle East remains far from being achieved. To our profound regret, it sometimes appears as though any diplomatic successes that we have witnessed, including in recent months, are simply erased every time. And the situation itself, rather than changing for the better, often continues to deteriorate, spreading to new territories and affecting nearly every country in the region without exception. New outbreaks of violence continue, the geography of the conflict expands, and as always, the greatest burden falls upon civilians. Although the deep-seated problems of the region are often overshadowed by the daily stream of news, we are convinced that the international community must not lessen its attention to an issue that remains fundamentally important for the Middle East, namely the Palestinian question. We regret that the implementation of the ceasefire agreements between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, reached in October 2025, has largely stalled. Reports continue to emerge regularly of new operations by the Israeli Defense Forces, resulting in continued civilian death and suffering. Restrictions persist on the import and delivery of humanitarian assistance. The Donald Trump plan, which formed the basis of the peace agreements, remains on paper. The Board of Peace has essentially yet to become operational. The International Stabilization Force has still not been established. The prospects of a complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza remain dim. It is also clear that there are currently no practical actions being taken to launch reconstruction efforts in the Gaza Strip. U.S. peace efforts on the Palestinian track have effectively been currently put on pause. Despite efforts by the High Representative of the Board of Peace to Gaza, Nikolai Mladlenov, to secure agreement on the roadmap he has prepared together with mediators, it has so far proved impossible for the parties to reach mutually acceptable solutions. The main stumbling block continues to be the difficult issue of demilitarizing the Palestinian enclave. Moreover, the document also lacks guarantees regarding the end of Gaza's occupation, let alone prospects for its political reunification with the West Bank and a long-term settlement of the Palestinian issue. The situation in the West Bank itself is also developing along a negative trajectory. Israeli authorities continue to strengthen their administrative and legal control over the territory. The pace and the scale of settlement expansion have long surpassed all records. We are concerned by reports received in recent days of unprecedented tightening of restrictions on the movement of Palestinians between different localities. As a result, irreversible realities are being created in the West Bank, and the territories under Palestinian control continue to shrink. We have carefully reviewed the letter circulated ahead of today's debate from President of the State of Palestine, Mahmoud Abbas, in which deep concern is expressed over the escalation of violence in the occupied Palestinian territories, primarily in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. We believe that the expansion of settlement activity, along with attacks on Palestinians and the destruction of their civilian infrastructure, undermines the prospects for implementing this two-state solution and creates a risk of further deterioration of the situation. Russia is convinced that only a comprehensive settlement of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict on the basis of a well-established international legal framework can guarantee lasting peace and stability for all the peoples of the region. Opportunities to achieve this still exist, and we strongly urge all parties concerned to make use of them. Mr. President, the ongoing negative trends in the context of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict are taking place against a backdrop of rising tensions in the Middle East overall. From this perspective, we're equally concerned by developments in and around Lebanon. In recent weeks, we have observed some positive momentum on the political and diplomatic track. This includes the launch for the first time in more than 3 decades of direct Lebanese-Israeli negotiations under US mediation, as well as the conclusion of the trilateral framework agreement on June 26. We also note the visit of Lebanese President Joseph Aoun to Washington last week. At the same time, negotiations have not resulted in a complete cessation of hostilities. Israel continues to occupy areas of southern Lebanon, particularly north of the Litani River. According to reports, between July 25th and 27th, the IDF continued demolitions and controlled explosions of buildings in a number of Lebanese towns. The actions of the Israeli military pose a direct threat not only to the health and the lives of civilians, but also to those of UN peacekeepers, hindering the UN interim force in Lebanon from carrying out its mandate. Against this backdrop, legitimate questions arise as to the potentially explosive consequences of winding down the mission in 2027 amid expanding Israeli occupation and the likely emergence of a security vacuum. We remain convinced that a complete cessation of hostilities and a political settlement of the Lebanese conflict remain imperative, including for the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701. President, we would be remiss not to recall that the latest escalation in Lebanon was a direct consequences of the aggression launched by the United States and Israel against Iran on February 28th. Despite the signing of the Islamabad Memorandum, made possible through the energetic and effective mediation efforts of Pakistan, Qatar, and several other regional states, the situation in the Persian Gulf not only remains extremely tense, but it continues to deteriorate. In recent weeks, we have witnessed another exchange of strikes that once again placed civilian infrastructure in Iran and in Arab states at risk. Risks have also emerged to navigation through the Strait of Hormuz and the Red Sea, threatening serious consequences for global energy and food security. Our country has consistently called for a political and diplomatic resolution of the US-Iranian conflict that takes the interests of all states in the region into account. Similar approaches apply to the situation in Yemen. The chronic unresolved crisis in that country, now in its second decade, undermines regional stability and creates risks of uncontrolled escalation on the Arabian Peninsula. Recent events in and around Yemen have unfortunately confirmed this assessment. We are convinced that the path to peace and stability in this Arab country lies through direct and frank dialogue among its main political forces, including the Ansar Allah movement. We consider antagonizing this movement to be counterproductive as it has long become an integral part of the country's military and political landscape. What is needed is renewed momentum in the UN-led mediation efforts overseen by the Secretary General's Special Envoy, Hans Grunberg, with the participation of a broad range of Yemen's neighbors, including Saudi Arabia and Iran. Madam President, to conclude, we would like to note that the only way to achieve peace, stability, and prosperity in the region is diplomacy, negotiations, and building good neighborly relations among all the countries of the region while strengthening their security. A useful starting point could be narrower formats such as those envisaged in Russia's updated concept for collective security in the Persian Gulf. This document contains practical proposals for strengthening confidence-building measures and envisages a gradual approach to overcoming regional crises, ultimately leading to a stable and conflict-free Middle East open to broad international cooperation. Russia stands ready to engage in such cooperation and discussions with all interested parties regarding these and other constructive proposals aimed at ensuring a reliable and sustainable security architecture throughout the entire Middle East. Thank you very much. I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for that statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President, and I also thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing. Madam President, last November, this Council adopted UN Security Council Resolution 2803, endorsing President Trump's comprehensive peace plan for Gaza. It continues to offer a historic opportunity to achieve lasting peace, but 8 months on, implementation risks stalling. Now is the time for all parties to fulfill their commitments under the plan in full. In that context, I'll highlight 3 points. First, we need further action to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Civilians continue to endure horrendous conditions surrounded by sewage and rubble. We welcome the progress that has pulled Gaza back from the levels of famine seen last year. However, according to the IPC's latest snapshot, 1.2 million people still face significant food shortages, with projections indicating 90% of the population will remain dependent on humanitarian aid to survive. While food may be available in some private markets, it remains unaffordable or inaccessible for many Palestinians, particularly the most vulnerable. Averting famine cannot be a benchmark for success, nor can improving the humanitarian situation be conditional on progress on other tracks. Israel must fulfill its commitments under the comprehensive plan by ensuring unimpeded humanitarian access. This includes opening more crossings into Gaza, streamlining the dual-use approvals process, and allowing life-saving and essential recovery items to enter. We are also deeply concerned by reports of Hamas obstructing humanitarian operations, as Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov set out today. That includes the recent incident at a World Food Programme distribution centre. Actions that disrupt life-saving assistance are unacceptable. The UN, including UNRWA and NGOs, must be able to operate safely and at scale so that they can help alleviate this suffering. Second, we need greater momentum on security, governance, and recovery in Gaza. We reiterate that Hamas must fulfill its commitments, decommission its weapons, and dismantle its terrorist infrastructure. This should be phased and verified alongside a strengthened Palestinian security presence, deployment of an international stabilization force, and a sequenced Israeli withdrawal. At the recent Palestinian donor group, the UK joined the Team Gaza initiative and announced over $13 million for the UN Horizon Fund. These commitments should support Palestinian-led delivery across all of Gaza. There can be no permanent arrangements that entrench Gaza's division or leave millions of people living under Hamas control. Thirdly, the trajectory in the West Bank and East Jerusalem remains deeply alarming. We're appalled by the violence in the West Bank on the 24th of July, in which 4 Palestinians and 2 Israelis were killed. We condemn violence on all sides and call for de-escalation. We urge the Israeli government to exercise restraint to uphold stability and international law and to ensure accountability for crimes. We're also alarmed by the mass incursion at the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount on the 23rd of July by thousands of Jewish worshippers. The status quo on Jerusalem's holy sites is clear and should be respected. We're further concerned by reports of an incursion by Israeli forces on an UNRWA training center located near Kalandia refugee camp yesterday morning. These incidents form part of a broader deterioration in the stability and security of the West Bank, fueled by settler violence in Israeli government policies. 104 Israeli settlements have been approved in 4 years, and billions of dollars allocated to speed up construction. Together, these represent a deliberate attempt to erode the possibility of a two-state solution. Madam President, the path to peace requires the parties to demonstrate political will needed to realize the promise of the comprehensive peace plan. We must now renew momentum across all tracks and deliver tangible change on the ground. That is the only route to a future based on a two-state solution that delivers peace, security, and dignity for Palestinians and Israeli alike. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bahrain.
Madam President, at the outset, we thank the Deputy Special Coordinator for the Peace Process, Dr. Al-Akbarov, for his briefing, which reflected the troubling situation in the Palestinian territory. We also welcome all participating states. Allow me to address 3 points. First, despite the inability to achieve the desired progress in achieving the first phase of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict through a complete ceasefire and guaranteeing a complete and effective humanitarian response, however, we remain hopeful. We must make every effort to alleviate the suffering of the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. We remain hopeful due to the significant work of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza and the holding of the 3rd official meeting of the Coordination Committee between the Palestinian government and the Board of Peace on the margin of the Palestine Donor Group meeting in Brussels. The Kingdom of Bahrain calls for removing all obstacles before the work of the Board of Peace as a transitional administrative entity with international legal personality that will set the framework to coordinate funding for the redevelopment of Gaza according to the comprehensive plan and in line with relevant principles of international law until the Palestinian Authority completes its reform program. The Kingdom of Bahrain highlights the importance of early recovery and reconstruction in Gaza. We emphasize the importance of deploying the International Stabilization Force in Gaza and the need for a full Israeli withdrawal. Second, the Kingdom of Bahrain expresses its deep concern regarding the tragic humanitarian situation facing 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. We reaffirm the importance of a full resumption of humanitarian assistance into Gaza in cooperation with the Board of Peace. We warn of the repercussions of denying Palestinian children their rights guaranteed by international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Therefore, the Kingdom of Bahrain, represented by the Royal Humanitarian Foundation, signed a cooperation agreement with the Jerusalem Development Fund to support the Bahraini Endowment for Education and Orphans, and the Kingdom is thus the first country to implement an endowment project in Jerusalem. We cannot address the situation in Gaza without addressing the situation in the West Bank, which is witnessing troubling developments as a result of tensions, and notably the alarming frequency of settlements and settler violence. The Kingdom of Bahrain calls for abiding by achieving joint understandings instead of imposing unilateral measures to put an end to all settlement activities in Palestinian territory and to meet all relevant legal obligations. The Kingdom would like to highlight the US GCC ministerial statement issued in the capital Al-Manama on the 25th of June, which includes objection to the annexation of the West Bank and which reaffirmed that no one will be forced to leave Gaza and those who left are free to come back. The Kingdom of Bahrain renews its condemnation to all religious violations in Jerusalem. We also value the custodianship of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan of Christian and Islamic holy sites and the role of the Kingdom of Morocco in leading Al-Quds Committee. We also highlight the conference on the question of Jerusalem that was held in Cairo in cooperation with the UN Committee on the exercise of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Third and finally, the Kingdom of Bahrain calls for supporting the Palestinian government, which is carrying out significant reform efforts. The Kingdom also welcomes all UN and international efforts and initiatives that call for integration, and we call for their full integration and coordination as they all aim to achieve the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, to strengthen their steadfastness on their territory, and to ensure their participation in reconstruction efforts. In conclusion, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirms that the building block for a safe, stable, prosperous, and sustainable regional environment is the establishment of an independent, sovereign Palestinian state along the lines of June 4, 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side with the State of Israel, pursuant to the principles of international law, the Arab Peace Initiative, relevant resolutions of international legitimacy, and Palestine should receive full membership at the United Nations. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Bahrain for their statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Colombia.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank Special Coordinator Al-Akbarov for his briefing, and I greet the delegations joining us at this meeting. Almost 10 months have passed now since the implementation of the peace plan began. Since then, Israel has killed more than 1,100 Palestinians, and attacks on densely populated areas have continued to claim civilian lives and destroy the already threadbare infrastructure. It's difficult to characterize this reality as a ceasefire. The humanitarian situation in Gaza remains catastrophic, and the living conditions of the population have barely changed. The humanitarian response shouldn't be measured by the number of trucks entering Gaza. The question is rather, does the population have access to drinking water, sanitation, enough and nutritious food, medical care, education, and decent housing? However much an alternative reality is depicted to this council, the response to this question is no. There are no decent living conditions in Gaza as a result of the lack of compliance with the obligations incumbent on the occupying power under international law, while the Palestinian population continues to be confined to increasingly small and fragmented areas. High-ranking Israeli officials continue to promote a hateful rhetoric, encouraging the expansion of settlements, settler violence, forced displacement, and ethnic cleansing in Gaza and the West Bank. Colombia has been clear regarding the principles that should guide the implementation of Resolution 2803. They are respect for the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, to decide on their governance and their own future, the rejection of any demographic or territorial change, the central role of the United Nations in the humanitarian response, and respect for the principles of humanity, neutrality, and independence. And finally, the immediate and unconditional beginning of Gaza's reconstruction. However, the facts reveal that the architecture of occupation is becoming more entrenched. Settlement expansion, settler violence, the financial suffocation of the Palestinian Authority, and incitement to hatred are all part and parcel of a same policy to consolidate an illegal reality that is incompatible with the two-state solution. No peace plan will be credible if it merely administers the consequences of the genocide without removing its root causes, beginning with the end of the illegal occupation. Madam President, the situation in Lebanon also remains worrisome. While we do welcome the continuing conversations and the agreements reached recently, which represent a first encouraging step towards de-escalation, such progress falls short in light of the scale and severity of the situation. Colombia roundly condemns all action that violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Lebanon. The persistent erosion of the country's peace and security doesn't only have devastating and immediate consequences for its population, but also compromises the country's long-term development and stability. Alongside this, Israel is continuing in its war against the truth. The smear campaigns and campaigns making rash accusations against journalists, humanitarian workers, human rights defenders, and UN officials not only endanger their lives, but they also seek to silence those who are documenting the reality on the ground. This is a policy aimed at weakening international verification and accountability mechanisms, further eroding the principles that are essential for the protection of the civilian population. The impunity with which Israel has conducted this genocide calls into question the validity of the international order and the future of a system based on the sovereign equality of states, on justice and respect for international law, as opposed to an order in which the law of the strongest and the idea that some lives are worth more than others prevail. The United Nations was born to preserve succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm the dignity and worth of the human person, and to create the right conditions for justice and international law to prevail over force. Today, it falls to this Council to demonstrate that these principles remain valid, because when law ceases to protect a people, it begins to lose its ability to protect us all. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Colombia for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Latvia.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Ramiz Alakbarov for his briefing. Madam President, at a time when the international community is making a united effort to resolve the conflict in the wider Middle East, Iran has reignited the crisis by targeting ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz and conducting yet another campaign of reckless attacks against its neighbors, Bahrain, Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar, as well as Jordan. Iran has also continued to undermine Yemen's sovereignty, including through recent unauthorized flights into Sana'a and Hodeidah. Iran must abandon any attempts to disrupt free and safe navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. And in the same vein, Iran-supported Houthis must cease their threats and attacks against commercial shipping, imposing unlawful blockade in the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and their attacks against Saudi Arabia, which threaten freedom of navigation, international trade, and regional stability, and risk drawing Yemen into a wider regional conflict. By launching an attack against Syria on 17th of July, Iran demonstrated that it prioritizes its own strategic objectives and the preservation of its disruptive influence in the region over Syria's post-war stabilization efforts. Iran's unjustified aggression blatantly disregards the memorandum of understanding, threaten regional stability, and constitute a flagrant violation of the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of the respective countries. Latvia categorically condemns these attacks, and we express full solidarity with our Gulf partners, as well as Jordan, Iraq, and Syria. The wars in the Gulf and Ukraine are becoming increasingly interconnected, with Russia and Iran acting as mutually reinforcing drivers of instability across both regions. Russian-Iranian cooperation is no longer just a tactical partnership. It is a long-term strategic alliance based on shared interests to weaken and challenge the international security and strengthen the military capabilities of both countries, leading to irregular migration flows. Russia has repeatedly relaxed visa rules, facilitated transit, provided logistical support, and used disinformation to channel migrants from the conflict areas of the Middle East and Africa toward EU borders, instrumentalizing the consequences of the conflicts it helped to spread. We reiterate our support for the resumption of meaningful negotiations between the United States and Iran, and appreciate the mediating efforts of Pakistan and Qatar, among others. In order for diplomacy to succeed, a complete cessation of hostilities and free navigation in the Strait of Hormuz is needed, in full compliance with the MOU and Resolution 2817. On Lebanon, we welcome the ongoing peace negotiations between Lebanon and Israel under the auspices of the United States, which pursue the same objectives as the Resolution 1701, to secure a permanent ceasefire, achieve a sustainable solution to the conflict, and provide lasting peace. We commend the conclusion of the 26 June trilateral framework agreement, providing for the deployment of the Lebanese armed forces throughout the southern part of the country, disarmament of Hezbollah, and withdrawal of Israel forces from Lebanon. Launching the pilot zones plan represents a tangible step towards the implementation of this framework. We call for the continuation of negotiations between Lebanon and Israel to reach a comprehensive and sustainable agreement, restoring Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity while addressing Israel's security concerns. This effort also requires an end to Iran's support for and influence over Hezbollah, which undermines Lebanon's sovereignty and the prospects for lasting peace. The international community must continue and reinforce its support to Lebanon's government and armed forces to take full control of the territory and the monopoly of weapons. Adjusted, credible, and impartial UN presence in Lebanon will be essential to oversee the implementation of the Resolution 1701 after the drawdown of UNIFIL, as well as the comprehensive bilateral agreement once it is reached. Madam President, in Gaza, further progress on implementing Resolution 2803 and the comprehensive peace plan put forward by President Trump is urgently needed. In this regard, all parties must abide by their commitments.
Hamas and non-state armed groups must accept the plan proposed by the Board of Peace, disarm and relinquish their power. The ongoing daily strikes in Gaza and the resulting Palestinian civilian casualties must stop. The deployment of the ISF and the Palestinian police, as well as withdrawal of the IDF, must provide a pathway for stabilization. The long-delayed recovery of the entire Gaza Strip through the work of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza must be enabled urgently. We welcome the recent meeting of the Palestine donor group and launching the Team Gaza initiative to support reconstruction and healthcare. As the humanitarian situation in Gaza remains extremely challenging. Insecurity, access restrictions, and repeated displacement continue to constrain humanitarian operations. Limited and unpredictable flows of humanitarian goods are increasing hunger, restricting the availability of essential supplies, and placing additional pressure on a nearly collapsed health system. Sustained, safe, and predictable humanitarian access remains critical to enable an effective response. And in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, the human rights, humanitarian, and security situation keeps deteriorating. Expansion of Israeli settlements, including in the E1 area, is ongoing, with increasing numbers of Palestinian families being evicted from their homes. Settler violence continues, and we call on Israel to ensure accountability for all committed assaults and killings and fully respect all of its legal obligations. A political solution encompassing Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is the only way to sustainable peace based on the two-state solution as defined by the Security Council resolutions and the New York Declaration. Addressing the security concerns and legitimate aspirations of both Israelis and Palestinians requires renewed momentum in the implementation of the comprehensive plan and genuine engagement by all parties. On Syria's achievements, by pursuing the path of stability and recovery, stand out against the backdrop of broader regional turmoil and inspire hope that positive change is possible. And we welcome the Secretary General's recent visit to Syria and trust that UN's continued support will reinforce Syria's political transition, reconstruction, and transitional justice. In conclusion, Madam President, Latvia remains committed to achieving comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East, as well as fully restoring freedom of navigation, and expresses its readiness to continue efforts alongside regional and global partners to achieve the shared goal. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Latvia for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam President. This debate is an important opportunity for a holistic assessment of the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The Deputy Special Coordinator's briefing and the detailed statements in the chamber testify that the occupied Palestinian territory remains in dire straits. While the ceasefire and President Trump's comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict have provided an important opportunity to alleviate humanitarian suffering and advance a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood, delays in full implementation of these efforts require our urgent attention. It is imperative to uphold the commitments reflected in the peace plan and Resolution 2803 that endorsed it. Failure to act now risks irreparably undermining the prospects for a just and lasting peace. Developments in the West Bank are a matter of grave concern. Continued settlement expansion, the establishment of new settlement outposts, and increased incidents of settler violence are altering the demographic and geographic character of the occupied Palestinian territory. In this context, the so-called Crimson Thread project, a planned 500-kilometer network of walls and military roads bisecting the Jordan Valley, also raises serious concerns, as these efforts to isolate Palestinian communities and sever the Jordan Valley from the rest of the West Bank will undermine the viability and territorial contiguity of a future Palestinian state. The foreign ministers of the group of 8 Arab and Islamic countries, including Pakistan, have also condemned in the strongest terms the Israeli escalation at Al-Aqsa Mosque, Al-Harm al-Sharif, particularly the continued mass incursions by settlers. They stress that these provocative actions constitute a flagrant violation of international law, the relevant UN resolutions, and the historical and legal status quo at the holy sites in the occupied East Jerusalem. Madam President, in Gaza, the humanitarian situation is extremely fragile. The ceasefire and the implementation of elements of the peace plan have yielded some improvements. However, 59% of the population still faces crisis-level food insecurity. And notably, since the ceasefire, over 1,100 Palestinians have been killed. And that calls into question the full and faithful implementation of the plan. Nearly 2 million people remain confined to just 30% of Gaza's territory and enduring catastrophic living conditions. There are also reports of a massive earthen barrier being constructed across Gaza, entrenching Israeli occupation and control over nearly 70% of the territory. Against this backdrop, the Security Council should act with unity and support the full implementation of the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and Security Council Resolution 2803. Demand an immediate halt to all settlement activities and reject any attempts at annexation, forced displacement, or alteration of the demographic and geographic character of the occupied Palestinian territory in accordance with relevant UNSC resolutions, including 2334. Ensure international protection for the Palestinian people, as also urged by President Abbas in his recent letter to the Council, and hold accountable those responsible for crimes and violations committed against civilians, and secure the immediate unconditional release of withheld Palestinian revenues to enable the Palestinian Authority to continue delivering essential public services. Madam President, the only credible path to a just and lasting peace is the establishment of an independent, sovereign, contiguous, and viable state of Palestine based on pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. In the broader context, Pakistan continues to follow with deep concern the recent developments that are further escalating regional tensions. Pakistan reiterates its strong support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all brotherly countries in the region and urges all sides to exercise restraint, take immediate steps towards de-escalation, and uphold respective commitments under the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding. On its part, Pakistan remains committed to providing all support towards achieving lasting peace and stability in the region through dialogue and diplomacy. In Lebanon, the full implementation of Resolution 1701 remains essential for achieving lasting peace and stability. Pakistan appreciates the diplomatic efforts led by the US to consolidate the cessation of hostilities and advance a durable peace in Lebanon. Pakistan also calls for full respect for Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity and reaffirmed its support for the government's efforts in this new phase. The 1974 Disengagement Agreement and Resolutions 338 and 497 must be fully respected. Israel must vacate its illegal occupation of all Arab territories. Pakistan supports a Yemeni-led and Yemeni-owned political process for comprehensive and lasting peace in Yemen. Pakistan condemns attacks against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and all attacks against commercial shipping which threaten global trade and regional security. Pakistan is deeply concerned over attempts to drag the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia into the conflict in the Middle East and reiterates its unwavering support for the security, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and prosperity of the brotherly kingdom. Madam President, lasting peace in the Middle East will remain elusive as long as occupation persists and the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people for self-determination remain unfulfilled. Pakistan continues to stand in unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people and will support all genuine efforts aimed at achieving a just, lasting, and comprehensive peace based on relevant UN Security Council resolutions and international legitimacy. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Madam President, I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alakbarov for his briefing. The situation in the Middle East continues to escalate, with hotspot issues affecting one another, casting a shadow of conflict over the entire region. Restoring peace is the fervent hope of the people there, and achieving a ceasefire to end violence must be the overriding priority. The Palestinian issue remains at the core of the Middle East conflict and must not be ignored or marginalized. Only by achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting solution to the Palestinian issue can we break the vicious cycle of recurring conflicts in the Middle East and truly usher in the dawn of peace. I would like to emphasize 3 points. First, civilian suffering cannot continue, and peace and stability in Gaza must be restored. The Gaza ceasefire agreement was reached more than 9 months ago, yet bombings and blockade continue, and more than 2 million people remain trapped in the threat of death and displacement. Lasting security can only be built on respect and mutual trust. Fighting and ruins breed only hatred and division or confrontation. Gaza is not a perpetual battlefield, and suffering and turmoil are certainly not the destiny for Gazans. We call on Israel and all parties concerned to fully implement the ceasefire agreement and achieve a genuine, lasting ceasefire in Gaza. Israel must fulfill its obligations under international humanitarian law, cease restricting humanitarian supplies into Gaza, and ensure that humanitarian agencies, including UNRWA, can carry out their aid operations. Second, the international rule of law must not be compromised, and tensions in the West Bank must be eased. The current settler violence in the West Bank is appalling, resulting in large civilian casualties and destruction of homes. The occupying power is speeding up its settlement expansion and eroding Palestinian territory. Despite strong appeals from the international community, the situation in the West Bank continues to worsen. A key reason for this is the unrealized investigation and accountability and the persistence of impunity. International law and Council Resolution 2334 must be respected and abided by, and any double standards and selective applications are unacceptable. We urge Israel to immediately cease settlement activities, take concrete actions to curb violence, and ensure strict accountability for all attacks. The West Bank economy is already struggling. Israel should return the tax revenue as soon as possible and lift unreasonable restrictions on the West Bank. Third, fairness and justice must not be absent. We must push for implementing the two-state solution. For decades, the Palestine-Israel situation has seen repeated turbulence. The problem lies in the two-state solution being realized only halfway. Israel became an independent state a long time ago, but a Palestinian state remains a distant prospect. The international community must stay firmly anchored to the general direction of the two-state solution, put greater efforts, and take irreversible action. Any arrangement or establishment of new mechanisms must adhere to the principle of Palestinians governing Palestine, respect the will of the Palestinian people, and promote rather than undermine the two-state solution. Any dangerous attempt to change the territorial and demographic composition of Palestine will severely undermine the foundation for the two-state solution and must be firmly opposed. China supports the early establishment of an independent Palestinian state with full sovereignty based on the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. President, China is deeply concerned with the recent escalation of tension in the Gulf region of the Middle East. The MOU signed over a month ago is a valuable achievement of the many through good offices and mediation. It embodies the hope of the people in the Middle East to end the war for peace and stability, and these efforts should not go to waste. Now the door has opened for negotiation. It should not be shut. As long as there is still hope for peace, our efforts should not be abandoned. The most urgent task now is to adhere to the path of diffusing disputes through negotiations and return to implementing the MOU consensus. China will continue to support the good offices of Pakistan and others, early resumption of dialogue and negotiations by parties concerned, early resumption of the normal and safe passage of the Strait of Hormuz, improvement of relations among neighboring countries, and joint pursuit of collective security for the Gulf states. The Red Sea is an important route for international trade. All parties concerned should respect the rights of navigation in the Red Sea by commercial vessels of all countries in accordance with international law, respect the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of all nations, and jointly safeguard the safety and unimpeded flow of international shipping lanes. All parties concerned should continue to properly diffuse conflicts and differences through dialogue and consultation and avoid taking actions that exacerbate confrontation. We welcome the de-escalation in the Lebanon-Israel situation. All parties concerned should cease hostilities and fully implement Resolution 7001, and Israel should withdraw all its troops from Lebanon. China supports Syria in maintaining sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity. Golan Heights is an occupied Syrian territory recognized by the international community, and the 1974 disengagement agreement should be abided by. The Middle East belongs to the people of the Middle East. It should not become an arena for great power rivalry or a victim of geopolitics. China will continue to uphold the spirit of the four-point proposal put forward by President Xi Jinping on maintaining and promoting peace and stability in the Middle East. We will work together with the international community to advance political solutions to regional hotspot issues, support regional countries in upholding their autonomy and rebuilding mutual trust, build a new regional security architecture adapted to evolving circumstances, and achieve lasting peace and stability in the Middle East. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Distinguished members of the Council, ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic Republic of the Congo would like to thank Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov, Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process within the Office for the UN Resident Humanitarian Coordinator. We thank him for his briefing, which enlightened the Council relating to the recent developments in the region. My delegation remains alarmed by the persistent humanitarian and security crisis in the Gaza Strip, as well as by the continued worsening of the situation in the West Bank, including in East Jerusalem. Despite the progress made thanks to the ceasefire established pursuant to Resolution 2803 of 2025, the civilian population continues to endure considerable suffering, and the prospects for lasting peace remain fragile. The DRC welcomes the progress made in implementing the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict, particularly the maintenance of the ceasefire, the release of all of the hostages, as well as the increase in humanitarian aid. This progress speaks to the fact that dialogue and diplomacy can lead to tangible outcomes when they enjoy sincere commitment from all parties. Nonetheless, these gains remain fragile. We note with concern that several essential parts of the plan are pending. The negotiations relating to the roadmap have still not been finalized. The deployment of the International Stabilization Force has yet to begin. Gaza's transitional administration has not yet been able to fully assume its responsibilities, and the other necessary conditions have not yet been met. The Democratic Republic of the Congo encourages all parties to demonstrate restraint and to pursue good faith negotiations so as to ensure an implementation of the provisions of Resolution 2803. Distinguished members of the Council, the humanitarian situation continues to demand the urgent attention of the international community. While aid flows have significantly increased, the needs remain immense. Millions of people are still displaced. Access to healthcare, to drinking water, electricity, education, and basic services remains limited, while much of the civilian infrastructure has been destroyed. The Democratic Republic of the Congo reaffirms that humanitarian assistance must be provided in a continued, safe, rapid, and unhindered manner in accordance with international humanitarian law. We call on all parties to facilitate the work of United Nations agencies and of humanitarian organizations so that they can effectively respond to the needs of the civilian population. My delegation also continues to follow closely the development of the situation in the West Bank, which risks further jeopardizing the prospects for a fair, lasting, and negotiated peace. The Democratic Republic of the Congo reaffirms its commitment to respect for international law, the United Nations Charter, and the relevant resolutions of the Security Council. We call on all parties to refrain from any action likely to fuel tensions or to compromise ongoing diplomatic efforts. My delegation takes note of the efforts undertaken by the Board of Peace, by guarantor states and international partners to facilitate the transition and the re-establishment of civilian institutions in Gaza. We hope that the transitional mechanisms, including the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, the International Stabilization Force, will be able to be deployed amidst a climate of trust with the agreement of the parties concerned and with full respect for international law. We also encourage the states and international partners that have pledged financial contributions to speed up the disbursement of the pledged funds so as to support economic recovery and the restoration of the essential services for the benefit of the civilian population. The Democratic Republic of the Congo remains convinced that no lasting solution will result from the use of force. Only a political dynamic based on dialogue, mutual respect, trust, and good faith will lay the foundations for a lasting peace and a long-term stability in the Middle East. To conclude, the Democratic Republic of the Congo reaffirms its readiness to pursue, alongside other members of the Security Council, all efforts to foster a lasting de-escalation. We call on all parties to demonstrate restraint, to preserve the ceasefire, and to ensure the protection of the civilian population, to guarantee safe, rapid, and unimpeded humanitarian access, and to focus on the path of dialogue and diplomacy so as to establish the conditions for a fair, comprehensive, and lasting peace in the Middle East. Thank you.
Je reprends mes fonctions.
I resume my function as President of the Council. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 3 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. The flashing light on the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 3 minutes. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Koli Sek, Chair of the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the Deputy Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Ramiz Alakbarov, for his briefing. The Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People addresses the Council with deep concern. Over the last 3 months, the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory has not seen any noticeable improvements. The current escalation is the continuation of a systematic policy of terror that, as the committee has underscored for decades, seeks to dismantle the Palestinian presence and deny the Palestinian people their inalienable rights. In Gaza, the ceasefire remains fragile and incomplete. It has not put an end to the suffering of civilians. Since the ceasefire was announced, more than 1,000 Palestinians have reportedly been killed and thousands more injured. The majority of the population remains displaced, confined to shrinking areas, and exposed to hunger, disease, and insecurity. UNRWA and other United Nations agencies must be able to fully carry out their activities. And the Security Council must ensure full implementation of Resolution 2803, guarantee unhindered humanitarian access, ensure the protection of civilians, and support the start of reconstruction efforts while reaffirming that Gaza remains an integral part of the occupied Palestinian territory. The most recent report of the Secretary General on conflict-related sexual violence also documents patterns of sexual violence against Palestinian detainees. This means that there is a need for immediate protection for victims and survivors, urgent independent investigations, and full accountability for those responsible at every level. The same goes for the demolitions, evictions, settler violence, military operations, and restrictions on movement. These actions are carried out in full impunity and in flagrant violation of international law, and they are designed to terrorize the Palestinian population. Madam President, Jerusalem remains at the heart of the question of Palestine. On July 18th, the committee, together with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, convened the 2026 conference on the question of Jerusalem in Cairo. The participants stressed the need to preserve the historic and legal status quo of the holy sites, to protect freedom of worship, and to defend the Palestinian presence, rights, and sovereignty in occupied East Jerusalem. Madam President, the path forward is clear. International law must be respected. The two-state solution must be preserved through concrete actions, including by pursuing efforts that have been undertaken in the context of the Conference on the Two-State Solution in 2025. The unlawful occupation must end. The Palestinian people must exercise their inalienable rights, including their rights to self-determination, independence, and return. I thank you. I thank His Excellency, Mr. Sek, for his statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Kazakhstan.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank you for convening today's open debate and express appreciation to Mr. Ramiz Akbarov for his valuable briefing. Madam President, Kazakhstan remains deeply concerned by the deterioration of the situation in the Middle East and by wider impact of regional tensions on international peace and security. The Palestinian question remains at the heart of the crisis in the Middle East. Kazakhstan reaffirms its support for a just, comprehensive, and lasting settlement based on the two-state solution. We underscore the indispensable role of the United Nations, including UNRWA and Security Council Resolution 2803, in supporting the Palestinian people and advancing recovery and reconstruction. Humanitarian relief should be devoted to early recovery and reconstruction under the United Nations coordination. These efforts should reflect Palestinian priorities and contribute to the reunification of Gaza and the West Bank within the framework of a viable Palestinian state. Moreover, we invite to utilize the peace potential of the Islamic Organization for Food Security, headquartered in Astana, which has already delivered aid to Afghanistan, Syria, and Gaza. Madam President, recent developments in the Gulf region once again show how quickly tensions can escalate, with consequences extending far beyond the immediate area of conflict. This dangerous crisis threatens to drive the Middle East deeper into uncharted waters, placing regional security and global supply chains under severe strain. Developments affecting the Strait of Hormuz are a reminder that regional instability can affect international trade, transport, and energy supplies, as well as states not party to the conflict. Kazakhstan is therefore concerned by attacks on civilian vessels and critical civilian infrastructure. Such attacks undermine confidence in transport routes, disrupt lawful economic activities, and increase risks to global energy security. They must stop, and practical steps are needed to ensure the safety of maritime navigation and the protection of civilian infrastructure in line with international law. In this context, we note the important role played by countries of the Gulf region in maintaining regional stability, supporting dialogue, and ensuring the resilience of global energy and trade systems. Their constructive engagement remains essential for de-escalation and confidence building. Recent developments in the region once again warn us from dangerous escalation. Non-parties of the conflict should not be drawn in it. Kazakhstan remains committed to working with all partners in support of peace, security, and stability in the Middle East and beyond. I thank you.
Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Ramich Alakbarov for his valuable briefing. 9 months have passed since the endorsement of the Gaza Comprehensive Peace Plan by the Security Council Resolution 2803, which established a framework to end the conflict in Gaza and chart a path toward a sustainable peace. We welcome the border peace efforts and ongoing steps to establish transitional governance in Gaza. The recent declaration by Hamas of its intention to transfer authority to the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza is an encouraging sign for the future progress. However, while some progress has been made since the announcement of the ceasefire, the Republic of Korea is deeply concerned that the progress toward the plan's second phase has been largely stalled, and the already dire humanitarian crisis on the ground continues to worsen. To break the deadlock and prevent further regional destabilization, my delegation would like to emphasize 3 critical priorities. First, the implementation of Resolution 2803 must proceed in a balanced and accountable manner. The deadlock cannot be resolved unilaterally. Progress on the phased withdrawal of the IDF and deployment of the ISF and Hamas decommissioning of weapons all remain closely linked. These interdependent elements require renewed political commitment and mutual trust and sustained engagement by all key stakeholders. Second, Gaza requires unhindered humanitarian access at scale immediately. It is very alarming that nearly 1,200 Palestinians have been killed since the ceasefire, and that 90% of Gaza's population still remains forcibly displaced and concentrated into less than a third of the city. Families are enduring immense hardship and severe shortage of all basic necessities, including food, while humanitarian operations face vast constraints. Measures to revoke licenses for key international NGOs severely compound an already fragile relief environment. My government underscores that humanitarian aid must reach civilians rapidly and safely and without obstruction, and all parties must respect international humanitarian law under all circumstances. Third, we must prevent the further fragmentation of the occupied development in the occupied West Bank, including illegal settlement expansion and nearly daily settler violence, as well as deteriorating economic conditions. As last week's deadly violence did Nablus clearly exemplifies, the West Bank is becoming an increasingly volatile region. And such developments directly undermine peace and jeopardize the two-state solution. The unity, continuity, and territorial integrity of Palestinian land must be preserved. Madam President, we emphasize the importance of harnessing the momentum for stabilization in Gaza created by the Gaza Peace Plan and Security Council Resolution 2803. We also highlight the need to cultivate peace and uphold freedom of navigation through dialogue and diplomacy in around the State of Hormuz. The Republic of Korea is actively participating in the Global Alliance for the Implementation of Two-State Solution, and today we reaffirm our guiding commitment to continuing our efforts toward a lasting and comprehensive peace in Gaza and beyond. I thank you.
Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Jordan.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President.
شكرا سيدي.
I thank you, Madam President, for giving us the floor, and we wish the delegation of the Friendly Democratic Republic of the Congo every success in presiding over the Council's work in what remains of the month. We thank the Deputy Special Coordinator, Mr. Lakbarov, for his briefing, and I'm honored to deliver this statement on behalf of the Arab Group. The Arab Group condemns Israel's continued violations as the occupying power throughout the occupied Palestinian territories. These unlawful acts constitute a blatant breach of international law and international diplomacy resolutions and threaten regional peace and security. This requires decisive action by the Security Council and by states in accordance with their obligations to ensure respect for international law, implement its resolutions, and put an end to Israeli unilateral measures that are accelerating at an unprecedented rate. In this context, the Arab Group stresses the necessity of consolidating the ceasefire in Gaza and ensuring the full implementation of the U.S. President's plan in all its provisions, as adopted by the Security Council and Resolution 2803. This should guarantee an end to the humanitarian catastrophe, the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip, and the launching of a serious political process leading to the end of the occupation and the realization of an independent sovereign Palestinian state. We reiterate our rejection of all Israeli policies and statements calling for the annexation of parts of the Gaza Strip or the displacement of the Palestinian people, as such actions constitute violations of international law and the aforementioned resolution and undermine international efforts aimed at ending the war, achieving peace, and preserving the unity of the Palestinian territories, including the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. The occupied West Bank, Madam President, is witnessing a dangerous Israeli escalation manifested in settlement expansion, land confiscation, home demolitions, and the enactment of racist and discriminatory legislation. It also witnesses increased settler terrorism and attempts to impose annexation. These actions are a serious violation of international law, the advisory opinion of the ICJ, Security Council resolutions, foremost among is Resolution 2334. Recently, settler attacks carried out with the support and protection of the IDF have intensified throughout the West Bank. These attacks, together with the operations by occupation forces, have resulted in the killing and injury of Palestinian civilians and their forced displacement from their lands and their homes. This is a dangerous escalation that threatens a broad eruption of the situation. The Arab Group condemns all Israeli measures aimed at entrenching the unlawful Israeli occupation and undermining the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people in a manner inconsistent with international law, the vision of the U.S. President, and the international consensus rejecting the annexation of any part of the occupied Palestinian territory. The group further affirms that all measures intended to alter the legal, demographic, or geographic character of the occupied Palestinian territory are null and void and carry no legal effect. Madam President, with regard to occupied East Jerusalem, the Arab Group renews its condemnation of the Israeli escalation at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, Al-Haram Al-Sharif, especially the repeated incursions by settlers, including extremist ministers of cabinet under the protection of the occupation forces, and the accompanying provocative practices, including raising the Israeli flag inside the mosque compound. We condemn the discriminatory restrictions imposed by Israel on access to the old city and places of worship, as well as the systemic measures aimed at altering the historic, legal, and demographic character of occupied East Jerusalem and undermining the sanctity of its Islamic and Christian holy sites. We affirm that Israel has no sovereignty over occupied East Jerusalem or over its Islamic and Christian holy places. We also stress the need to respect the historic and legal status quo at the holy sites. We affirm that Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Haram Al-Sharif, with its in entirety over 144 dunams, is a place of worship exclusively for Muslims, and that the Jerusalem Awqaf Administration and the Al-Aqsa Mosque Affairs Department, affiliated with the Jordanian Ministry of Awqaf, Religious Affairs, Islamic Affairs, and Holy Places, is the sole authority responsible for its administration pursuant to the historic Hashemite custodianship of the Islamic and Christian holy sites in Al-Quds Al-Sharif. Madam President, on the humanitarian front, the Arab Group reaffirms the continued fulfillment by UNRWA of its mandate. This is indispensable for nearly 6 million Palestinian refugees across the 5 fields of operation. The Arab Group stresses the need to provide political and financial support required by UNRWA. We reject all Israeli measures aimed at undermining UNRWA's work or diminishing its UN mandate, which would be a clear violation of UN resolutions, the Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations, and the ICJ's advisory opinion issued last year. The Arab Group underscores the importance of halting Israeli measures through which the Israeli government seeks to cause a collapse of the economic and social situation in the occupied territories. This would threaten international peace and security, particularly Israel's withholding of clearance revenues and measures aimed at causing the collapse of the Palestinian banking sector. The Arab Group renews its appreciation for the significance of the New York Declaration and the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution Initiative. A ministerial meeting is due to be scheduled on the 24th of September on the margins of the GA's high-level week. Next session. These are manifestations of the international will to end Israeli occupation. The Arab Group calls for building on this international momentum, especially through expanding the recognition of the State of Palestine, thus contributing to realizing an independent and sovereign Palestinian state in accordance with international legitimacy resolutions and the two-state solution. On Syria, the Arab Group condemns Israeli incursions and attacks on Syrian territory. This constitutes a blatant violation of Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity and a threat to its security and stability and to peace and security in the region. The Arab Group stresses the need to compel Israel to fully abide by the 1974 disengagement agreement. And we call for the immediate and conditional withdrawal of Israel from the Syrian territories into which it has recently advanced and from the entire occupied Syrian Golan. We call for an immediate cessation of Israel's unlawful settlement activities. The Arab Group welcomes the trilateral framework reached between Lebanon and Israel under U.S. auspices on the 26th of June last. At the same time, the Arab Group condemns Israel's continued violations of this framework and of all previous understandings, which undermines Lebanon's security, stability, and territorial integrity. The group calls on Israel to withdraw immediately and conditionally from all Lebanese territories it occupies and to respect Lebanon's sovereignty. We call for supporting the Lebanese government in its efforts to achieve structural reforms, to rebuild institutions and extend state authority throughout its territories, and to provide the necessary means for these efforts, including supporting the Lebanese armed forces and legitimate security institutions. In conclusion, the Arab Group reaffirms that ending the illegitimate Israeli occupation remains the only path to achieving security and stability in the region. A just and lasting peace can only be achieved by allowing the Palestinian people to exercise their right to self-determination and to attain the independence of their sovereign state on the lines of 4 June 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital on the basis of the two-state solution and in accordance with international resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Jonah for the statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Egypt.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to express my appreciation for your distinguished leadership of the Council's work this month. I also thank Mr. Ramiz Alakbarov for his briefing, and I would like to present the following 6 points. First, the Palestinian question stands at a crossroads. An opportunity exists that should be built on to end decades of conflict, but significant risks threaten to undermine this opportunity. In this context, Egypt, in coordination with the United States, Qatar, and Turkey, is working to support the full implementation of all phases of the US President's plan and to ensure that all parties fulfill their commitments under the plan. However, the world continues to observe Israel taking unilateral escalatory measures throughout the occupied Palestinian territories, undermining the existing opportunity to end the conflict and dissipating the prospects for peace. Second, Egypt condemns Israeli practices aimed at liquidating the Palestinian cause through settlement expansion, settler terrorism, attempts to displace Palestinians, repeated violations of the ceasefire, restrictions imposed on the delivery of humanitarian assistance and recovery efforts, the systematic targeting of humanitarian organizations and UN agencies, particularly UNRWA, pressure brought to bear on the Palestinian Authority, attacks carried out by extremist officials in the Israeli government at Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Haram al-Sharif, and restrictions imposed on the freedom of worship for Muslims and Christians. We stress that Israel has no sovereignty over occupied Jerusalem or its holy sites. We affirm our full support for the Jordanian Hashemite custodianship over the Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem and for preserving their historical and legal status quo. Third, we call on the Security Council to assume its responsibilities and compel Israel, the occupying power, to implement international resolutions, including resolutions 2334 and 2803. As well as the ceasefire arrangements. Israel must cease all unilateral measures that are inconsistent with the US President's vision and the international position rejecting the annexation of any part of the occupied Palestinian territory and rejecting any infringement upon the unity of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. The historical and legal status quo of the holy sites must be preserved. Israel must fulfill its obligations under international law and international humanitarian law. Compliance with international law must not be made conditional on any requirements. Settler violence against Palestinian civilians must be stopped and perpetrators must be held accountable. Safe and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance must be ensured in full. Israel must refrain from obstructing early recovery and reconstruction efforts throughout the Gaza Strip, and Israel must ultimately withdraw fully from the Strip. Fourth, achieving peace in the Middle East begins with ending the Israeli occupation and realizing an independent, sovereign Palestinian state along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital in accordance with the two-state solution. Egypt calls for broader recognition of the State of Palestine and for its admission as a full member of the United Nations. Egypt also welcomes the decisions of some European states to prohibit trade in goods originating from Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory. This is a step that reflects commitment to the values of justice and demonstrates a practical and responsible implementation of international law and international resolutions. Egypt calls on the rest of the European Union member states and the international community to adopt similar legal measures. Fifth, regional peace will not be complete without ending the Israeli occupation of all occupied Arab territories. We therefore call for the implementation of the framework agreement between Lebanon and Israel under US auspices to ensure Israel's full withdrawal from Lebanese territories and allow the Lebanese state to exercise control over all its territory and to implement Security Council Resolution 1701. We also renew our call for an end to the Israeli occupation of the occupied Syrian territories and for Israel's complete withdrawal therefrom, including from the occupied Syrian Golan in implementation of Security Council resolutions. Sixth, Egypt condemns the Iranian attacks against the Arab states of the Gulf and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. We fully support the legitimate measures taken by Arab states to preserve their security and sovereignty. Egypt also stresses the need for the immediate cessation of any actions that could threaten the security of Arab states or expand the scope of confrontations in the region. We underscore the importance of giving precedence to political and diplomatic solutions and safeguarding the freedom and safety of navigation in international waterways in accordance with international law. Madam President, in a conclusion, imposing fait accompli through the use of force will not bring peace to the Middle East. These actions will only prolong conflicts. Achieving lasting peace will remain contingent upon a fair resolution of the root causes of crises and adherence to international law and international resolutions. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Egypt for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland. Madam President, in the face of a growing number of crises, Switzerland recalls a fundamental principle, that of the peaceful settlement of disputes, as enshrined in international law, including the United Nations Charter. The Middle East provides a particularly pressing illustration of this, from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to the tensions affecting the entire region. We urge the parties to immediately and fully implement the peace plan for Gaza, Resolution 2803, the New York Declaration, and other relevant resolutions. Switzerland reiterates that all parties must respect international humanitarian law under all circumstances. This includes the obligation to protect civilians and to facilitate rapid, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access to and within the Gaza Strip. Following the incursion by Israeli forces into an UNRWA training center in East Jerusalem during school hours yesterday, we reiterate that UN premises are protected under international law. More generally, the situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is deteriorating at an alarming rate. Switzerland urges the implementation of Resolution 2334 and reiterates that settlements are illegal. We condemn any measures aimed at their expansion, as well as the increased violence by settlers, often with the support of security forces. Switzerland calls on Israel to put an end to this violence, to conduct investigations, and to ensure that any criminal act is punished in accordance with the law. Only a political process that reunites Gaza and the West Bank under a single legitimate Palestinian government, one that addresses Israel's legitimate security concerns and advances the two-state solution, will guarantee lasting peace for both peoples. A political horizon is also essential elsewhere in the region. Switzerland is deeply concerned about the resumption of hostilities between the United States and Iran. The conclusion of the memorandum and the discussions that followed the Lake Lucerne summit represent an opportunity that must not be missed. We therefore urge the parties to do everything in their power to reach a lasting negotiated solution. Switzerland warns against any broadening of the conflict and is concerned about signs of escalations in Yemen. It expresses its solidarity with the Gulf states, which are directly affected. In Lebanon, the ongoing negotiations must lead to the immediate implementation of the trilateral agreement and full resolution with compliance with Resolution 1701. The contacts facilitated by the United States between Israel and Syria are essential to the implementation of the 1974 disengagement agreement while respecting Syria's territorial integrity. In this regard, Switzerland welcomes the rapprochement between Damascus and Beirut. Madam President, the prohibition on the use of force is a response to centuries of suffering and conflict. Undermining it for short-term gains would be a costly mistake with lasting consequences. Only diplomacy grounded in international law and the implementation of existing agreements will build the trust necessary for lasting peace in the Middle East and elsewhere. Thank you. I thank the representative of Switzerland for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie Monsieur.
Madam President, I'd like to thank Mr. Alakbarov for the information provided. The conflicts in the Middle East are interconnected and their repercussions go beyond borders. Each fresh escalation destabilizes the entire region. It's therefore essential to respect the ceasefire, to focus on dialogue, and to avoid the repeated recourse to the use of force. The Palestinian question remains at the heart of regional instability. In Gaza, the ceasefire must guarantee unimpeded humanitarian access and civilian protection. We must plan for a future of reconstruction and lasting peace for Gaza. Nonetheless, this reconstruction must not legitimize the foreign occupation or the forced displacement of Palestinians. It must be conducted under Palestinian coordination and allow for the reunification of Gaza and the West Bank under the legitimate Palestinian government supported by the international community. In the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, the expansion of settlements, demolitions, forced displacements, and settler violence must end without preconditions. Lasting peace requires two independent states, Israel and Palestine, within the pre-1967 borders, living side by side in peace and security. Palestine's admission to the UN would contribute to correcting one of the asymmetries harming us in this regard. It's regrettable that the agreement concluded between the United States and Iran had such a short life. Brazil firmly condemns the resumption of attacks in the region. Attacks on civilian infrastructures are particularly unacceptable. The security of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Red Sea must be guaranteed through frank dialogue and through the adoption of specific measures to strengthen mutual trust. Militarization and acts of force, wherever they may come from, only serve to worsen the situation, not only for countries in the region, but also for the entire world. In Lebanon, all parties must respect the ceasefire and Resolution 1701. Brazil reaffirms its support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of this country, which we are so closely linked to, as well as the monopoly of force held by the Lebanese state. The Israeli occupation in the south of Lebanon and attacks on the civilian population and UNIFIL are unacceptable and must end immediately and definitively. In Yemen, only inclusive negotiations under the auspices of the UN will allow headway towards a lasting political solution. Finally, in Syria, Brazil welcomes the efforts of the Syrian government and its cooperation with the UN, particularly its recent presentations on the country's needs in terms of recovery, stability, and economic growth, as well as on the potential contribution by the international community. The Peacebuilding Commission can play a creative role in this vast project of rebuilding a stable and democratic Syria. Madam President, in light of the proliferation of conflicts and tension in the Middle East, it is only through respect for our charter, international law, and international humanitarian law on the one side, and through diplomacy and true political will by all actors on the other hand, that we will open true prospects for lasting peace and sustainable development for the entire region without exception. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Brazil for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Madam President, thank you for convening this meeting. I should also like to thank Deputy Special Coordinator Dr. Alek Barov for his briefing. Indonesia associates itself with the statement by the Committee on the Exercise of the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian People. Indonesia shares a deep concern over the deteriorating situation in the Middle East. Diplomatic initiatives have too often been followed by setbacks that undermine collective efforts to resolve the situation. This Council has the obligation to reverse this deteriorating situation. Diplomacy must prevail. Peace must be waged, not war. I have 3 points to share. First, it's time to confront Israel's illegal practices. We condemn Israel's recent inflammatory actions in Jerusalem, aimed at altering the demography and the historical and legal status quo of the holy sites. These actions fuel hatred and extremism and aggravate instability across the wider region. We reiterate that Israel has no sovereignty over occupied Jerusalem or its Islamic and Christian holy sites. The Council must halt these practices, restore respect for international law, and prevent further escalation. Second, bring to an end the occupation of Palestine. Israel occupation remains the root cause of persistent conflict in the region. It is a clear violation of international law. Remain unchecked, it erodes the prospects for peace and lasting solution based on the two-state solution. The UN Security Council must ensure accountability and enforce compliance with international law, including relevant resolutions of this Council. Concrete action to end the Israel-Palestinian conflict is imperative for a lasting regional peace and security. Third, building an inclusive regional security architecture. An inclusive security architecture would create conditions that replace confrontation into cooperation. Lessons learned can be taken from the experiences of other regions, such as from the experience of the Association of the Southeast Asian Nations or ASEAN. Through trust building, institutional framework, and dialogue, countries in the region can build a robust regional security architecture as a bedrock for regional development. This includes denunciation of the use of force or threat to use of force, non-interference and respect for territorial integrity and national sovereignty, and promoting dialogue through deliberation for consensus. The importance of inclusive security architecture in the Middle East is therefore paramount, as envisaged in the New York Declaration on the Two-State Solution. Madam President, Indonesia reaffirms that any meaningful peace process in the Middle East must be comprehensive, inclusive, and firmly grounded in international law. The Council must therefore act in unity, resolve, and moral clarity to ensure that justice, dignity, and humanity will prevail. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Indonesia for that statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Qatar.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, we congratulate your friendly country on assuming the presidency of the Council for this month, and thank you for holding this quarterly debate. We align ourselves with the statements of the Arab Group and NAM. We thank the briefer for his valuable briefing. Madam President, given the situation in the Gulf region since the 28th of February and its repercussions on international peace and security, the state of Qatar expressed its extreme condemnation for the targeting of the Qatari tanker Al Rikayat as it crossed the Strait of Hormuz. This attack is a grave violation of the safety of international navigation. It is a direct threat for the security of global energy supplies. This is also a blatant violation of the rules of international law. We condemn the attacks of the Islamic Republic of Iran on its territory and the territories of Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan. We condemn the targeting of the Kuwaiti tanker Kifan, the Emirati tankers, and the Saudi tanker Wadian as it crossed the Strait of Hormuz. These are a blatant violation of the sovereignty of these countries and a threat to the safety of navigation. These are a clear violation of international law and Security Council Resolution 2817. We also condemn the targeting of a Saudi vessel by Al-Houthis as it sailed in the Red Sea. These attacks are a grave violation of the safety of international navigation and a threat to the security of global energy supplies. The state of Qatar believes in mediation and the peaceful resolution of settlements to strengthen security and stability internationally and regionally. We have welcomed the fact that the US and the Islamic Republic of Iran electronically signed on the 17th of June a memorandum of understanding to address pending issues, including to stop military operations and guarantee freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. This reaffirms the will of both sides to move forward to address their differences through negotiations and peaceful means to strengthen peace and economic growth. We reaffirm the need to refrain from any act that could expand escalation and to return to dialogue and negotiations and to abide by what was achieved through diplomatic efforts. We appreciate the partnership and efforts from Pakistan and other regional and international parties to de-escalate and bring points of view together, which led to this memorandum. Qatar, as a mediator, announced on the 21st of June 2026 the launch of the work of the Lake Lucerne Summit and the first meeting with the participation of representatives from the US, Iran, and the two mediators, Qatar and Pakistan. When it comes to the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, we condemn the Israeli escalation in Al-Aqsa Mosque, especially the ongoing incursions by settlers led by extremist Israeli ministers under the protection of Israeli police. They raised Israeli flags within the mosque and other provocations that are a blatant violation of international law. We reject any attempts to change the historic and legal status quo. We reaffirm the special role of the Hashemite custodianship in this regard. We reaffirm our firm position based on resolutions of international legitimacy, including the New York Declaration on settling the Palestinian question and the two-state solution to ensure the establishment of an independent Palestinian state along the lines of 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital to end occupation and settlement and other illegitimate Israeli practices in the occupied territory. As for the situation in Gaza, we reaffirm the need to abide by the ceasefire completely, to open crossings, to guarantee the entry of humanitarian assistance to Gaza in a sustainable way and without obstacles. We remain committed to the Board of Peace, which since day one of the launching of the negotiation efforts and until the signature of Sharm el-Sheikh agreement, we will continue to coordinate humanitarian efforts with our partners at the UN and the Board of Peace in order to strengthen the prospects of a sustainable peace pursuant to Resolution 2803. We reaffirm our position that supports the unity, sovereignty, and independence of Syria. We stand next to the Syrian people as they achieve their security, stability, and prosperity. We condemn Israeli attacks that violate Syrian sovereignty and run counter to international law. We welcome the announcement by the US to begin to cancel the classification of Syria as a state sponsoring terrorism. This is a positive development. As for the situation in Lebanon, we reaffirm our position regarding the unity, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Lebanon. We stand with Lebanon as it takes efforts to maintain its security and stability. We welcome the announcement of the ceasefire as a first step for de-escalation. We appreciate the efforts of President Donald Trump, and in this regard, we reaffirm the need for a ceasefire and to build on this ceasefire. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Qatar for that statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. The meeting is suspended.